That we gonna be absolute terror. We're gonna be absolutely terrible today. I know it. always car and flip it right side up. That means I need to go like here and get me a car. And then I'll be good. Cut corners, whatever. Shit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
What is up, guys? So right behind me is the Resvani tank, and I'm going to show you why this is one of the most insane vehicles you can buy. So Resvani is a small boutique luxury maker. Tank is one of their craziest creations. This is based off of a Jeep Wrangler chassis, but the similarities in there. And a bumper, which means you can ram things. This is also going to have full lights, a glowing Resvani logo, and integrated. But here's where it gets interesting. If you're inside and someone was trying to break inside of your tank, this has magnetic deadbolts you can turn on so you know get in. Since still trying to get in, turn on electric door handles and it will shock the person that grabs you. So inside the tank, you're going to have ambient lighting around your speakers, more ambient lighting up here. There's this massive touchscreen and armrest you got safe. So if you're conservative for the V6, but you're not, which is why you're buying this car. So you get option of our Dodge Demon engine this vehicle. So right behind.
Station. If I take the time out of my day to get the fuck down, performing music, it helps a ton.
Here is your last chance.
Oh, what's up, Ross? How you doing, boss? I play so many games now, dude. I rotate between this. I play Diablo 3, Dead by Daylight. I play so much shit. I play a little bit of the new Call of Duty. I play the Verdunsk. I don't even know how to say it. You in 3 or 2 Resurrected? Which one? Great, yeah. I haven't played it much this season. I've been playing off season. I've heard it's all right. I've seen it. It looks fun. I watch that mods play it a lot. He's good at it. I mean, oh wow, good. Wow, 4.5. That's pretty impressive. Shit, yeah. The highest I've ever been able to hit was 100. Damn. Fucking one. That's fucking crazy. Well, yeah, you gotta have like a life and shit like that. That's not bad. I've been grinding, streaming, dude. I stream all the fucking time. Like, I'll probably get off here in an hour, and then I'll stream for 4 or 5 hours tonight after work, something like that. I haven't been able to get back into Valorant. I haven't like tried 100%. I guess I should. I wish I was good at Valorant, that's the issue. I also don't want to put money in that game, but I do because I hate the way the skins look. Oh yeah. 100%. I saw you, motherfucker. Yeah, I just don't understand the fucking game mechanics. Barely, but that's not good. I don't know. I don't know rankings in that game. Dude. Shit, dude. Motherfucker, I don't have mats. Oh my god! How did none of this hit him? Fucking mats, dude. I got bum rushed by one. Bum rushed by another. So fucking hate the lever action. Alright, iron 1 to 3, bronze 1 to 3, gold 1 to 3, plant, immortal, radiant. Oh, immortal. I didn't even know that was. I know radiant was like the top one. I know there was immortal. So what else did I play? I've been playing Craftopia. I don't know if anybody's ever like heard of that shit, but it's on PC and it's pretty nice. It's basically Minecraft with fucking better graphics and more realistic. I fucking don't know what else I play. Conan Exiles, I've been giving a try. Dead by Daylight, I've been playing a lot. Fallout 4, Doom, PC Building Sim, Destiny 2, Sunset Overdrive. I play Magic Legends, GTA, Binding of Isaac, Siege. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of people playing it. Diablo, Dragon Age, Battlefield. I play a little bit of all of these, but like I'd say these are my main ones. I'd say this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. No, not core. Fuck core. I'll jump back to my main games. I broke it. Oh, I know, it was insane. I know. You know me over here, I've been averaging 1.6 viewers for like 16 hours straight. No, I streamed for, I think, 9 hours, like 4 days ago. You got one new follow. But it's alright. I thought I was gonna contest. Oh, I know, dude. Well, it's easy to cheat that game because that launch thing for it sucks. Oh my god. You know this guy's pissed. Holy shit. Holy shit. And he had a spaz too. I didn't even know that was a thing, dude. I was like, what the f is he in there? This is my arena spot. What, they just drive insanely fast or what? Oh, run. That's funny. Fucking hog. Zip line. That's cool.
Everyone in this
Hey, friends, listen. That's a different alien crush sites. Or an AR. Shield throwers. I like, my favorite mode for that, I'd say would be Plunder. That one's pretty fun. I like Plunder because I start with the loadout. Huh? No, I don't know why. I checked it this morning, Mom. I checked both. I guess I'll schedule another appointment with the counselor. I could see. Sorry about that. Alright. I've never played Rust. It's my little brother's thing. He's good at it. I just love that. I did not. What, the cats? Yes. The dogs? No. Huh? I didn't know. I didn't feed them like that. No. Oh, that was a good game too. I know. I was pissed. There's a reason I don't stream early, or I stream early. Let's hop on a different game. Rust is one of those games I don't suggest playing unless you're dedicated to play it. Like, oh yeah, I know. My brother has, I think, 2,500 hours on it. Dude, I play a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. Oh, is it finally out? And I've got 42 hours on it. I play a lot of Binding of Isaac. I have 149 hours on that one. That one's normal. I play a lot of BCD5, 101. But I also work 3 jobs. 12 hours of PC building sim. I'm gonna play a game where I can pause. Nautica below 0. This game is so fun, but it's so scary. I have I don't know, it's called ocean phobia. I am deathly scared of the ocean. So I'm playing a game where you literally the goal is you have to dive down deep into the ocean. That scares me. Like, I am deathly afraid of this game, but it's so fun. I only have 750 hours on Rust. Oh my god. Dude, that's still a lot. Also, yeah, my game didn't save from the other day on this, and I was... Yeah, my game didn't save. I was so pissed. I don't know why it doesn't save. I played with a Zerg for a while. I had the least... Gotcha. Dude. Alexa, how many hours are in a month? Dude. That's almost a year of heat. Oh my god. I wonder if my playtime is for Minecraft. That's insane. Dude, that's pretty. Alexa, how many hours are in a year? $8,760. He's almost there. But yeah, since the last time you saw my stream, I upgraded a lot. I have an actual camera now. I got new lighting. I have a decent... This is a Logitech C922, which is right here. You can actually, if I do it right, you can see my hand twice. There it is. C922. I'm getting a new mic. Yeah. I have 4 monitors now, new keyboard. Ooh, this actually turns on. I forgot about that. Yeah, all kinds of new stuff. And then I'm building my second PC setup over there. I'll be my guest computer for when my friends come over. They could play. Nothing special. It'll be this. Actually, how about I do? I'm curious if this camera will actually focus in. Focus. It's a Ryzen 5 3600, and that'll have a 1050 in it once I get the 1050 or a 1060. I don't know. Right now, I'm trying to get me a 3080 or 3070, maybe even a 3060. I'll take one of the 3.
This is the farthest I can take you on company space bucks, Robin. You sure you want this? The research is in everything.
It is to me. And Sam. I need to know what happened.
The meteor storm.
I can use it for cover from Altera's eyes.
Gonna miss you, Robin.
I'll find my way back.
That's crazy, dude.
Approaching 45-46 feet. Surface temperatures. Drop pod deployed.
I'll turn this down in a minute.
Welcome to 45-46 feet. Ensure you stay.
Stay warm. I know I'm good. Where is it? Water bottle. Insurance bar.
New blueprint synthesized.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about that. And I was like, I couldn't play for hours and then get back on and it be gone.
Holy smokes!
Okay, no, it needs to be a little bit higher FPS. Good.
That did not.
That's just my FOV.
To go as planned.
Oh shit.
I should find a way into the water and get to the drop pod.
The reason I stay in the water, yeah, this game does not like my PC. Well, this game loves my PC. I love this. Just not while I'm streaming. It actually looks better underwater. That's because I had all my settings readjusted the other day. And it was like, it's on 30. Yeah, there we go. I had 3 hours on a world here the other day, and it's gone. I'm pissed. But yeah, this is the reason right here I want a new GPU.
Found the drop pod.
Electronics, fins, silicon rubber. Yeah, still rocking the
Well, Sam,
1660,
I
dude.
guess I might as well gather some tools and resources before starting.
It's
my
been a
search.
trooper, though.
Hope that radio tower
Absolutely
is
love
easy
this
to
card. I
find,
have
little Sam.
nothing against it. This thing has been amazing.
Should be able to use this.
But if I had a 3060, that'd be good. Like, that's it. I don't need to upgrade the PC. I have 850 watt platinum power supply now. I have Ryzen 7, 32 gigs of RAM. It's got an AIO on it. I know I'm in it. Dude, I'd even take a 2070 I would take. I want an 8 gig card. That's all I care about. Get a bladderfish. 2080 Ti, that'd be 11 gigs of VRAM. Fine. Oh, I know I'm dropping so many frames. There's like nothing I can do about it. Oh, nice. Yeah, but the fact you got a desktop now, it's good. V-Sync. Maybe full screen off? I don't know if that changes anything.
Oxygen.
Look up. It's over. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a good price, especially with this market, dude. That's crazy. I don't remember where those seeds are. There they are.
All Terra supply cache nearby.
So you've turned it into a $400 system. I can't look at those. That hurts. Oh, it's the 3200. That's what I need right there. I can make fins.
New blueprint synthesized.
3200. Damn. Either that, or I don't know how well it would work. I use the I make a streaming PC. Uh, I have a Ryzen 5. I just need a 1050. Silicon. Keys. Personal tools. Equipment. I would get an Elgato. I'd get the internal one. I'd just get the HC60 Pro because I don't stream in 4K. I think we've got some fish. Or like that. I would pretty much get one that goes in my PCIe slot no matter what.
New creature discovered.
I know Avermedia makes a good one. I'm here, dude.
New creature discovered. Oxygen.
I'm good. Food. Cooked boomerang. Cooked. Alexa, what's the temperature outside? $60 that I could get for 500. I've been thinking of it. This game looks terrible, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks bad. I don't know why it won't save. Craftopia works good. Ori, Dead by Day. Dead by Daylight looks good. So does Destiny. Escape from fucking Tarkov, dude. I have that game too. I have not. What is it about? Fuck it, we'll play Dead by Daylight. Hellraiser. Survival. I love survival games. Is it on what, Steam? Alright. Recommended settings. A fucking 3060 i7? Wow. How much RAM does it use? I think everybody should have 30 gigs of RAM. Like, that's just me. I got 32 at 3600, but I also have Verizon, so I have to have high frequencies. I might be able to run it, not streaming definitely. Might be able to just run it. I haven't found a game that this thing can't run though. That is the nice thing about this PC. I haven't met my maker yet. Got it. You had what? An i5 and a... Ooh, sorry, that was loud. A 1650? i7. That's what 6 core or 8 core? I don't... The i7's confused me. Core 12 that got it. Dude, I was either, if I'm not gonna get a 4.3 gigahertz, oh, that's not bad at all. Fucking overclocked on a laptop cooler, dude. But it sounded like a hurricane. Oh no, you had that AC set up on yours. So yours was always nice and chilly. (98°C). Oh my god. Oops. I don't know what that is. Oh, nice. The hell? Keep going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I would. Jeez. Oh, you should be fine.
Yeah.
Ooh, that should be good. Make me hungry, bro. Hey, buddy. I have not, no. What do you mean, fighting games? Like Mortal Kombat? I have a couple on Xbox. Okay, I won. God, I love this game. Ooh, 100,000 total. Yeah, it's fun. This game's fun. Does this game look good? I think it looks pretty good up on my stream thing. I haven't seen it. What do I do with these things? Oh, looks alright. Yeah, I figured it wasn't. No, it wouldn't be like good. I don't think it looked terrible. Alright, maybe now I should play. Maybe play as a survivor. Bet. That's almost.
You're looking extra safe up there.
Does nobody want to play? There's a killer again. That was fun.
You're looking
I want to play as a Nobody wants to play. I just forget. I'm like, what the hell is flashing beside me? That's my thing to make my lights look good. I'm gonna see. Let's see. I'm gonna try out the long dark. I know it's an adventure type game. The long dark. I'm kind of curious how this game looks. This one doesn't need a hand cam. I don't know. This one's 4. Yeah, we're gonna turn that off. Okay. Oh, now I'll turn it off. We'll leave it on. Ugh. Well, I'm gonna leave that on for now, and we're just gonna see how it looks. Doctor's orders. I'm awesome. Go. Options. Quality. Not on ultra. Low. Looks like we're restarting again now. That's weird. Certain games don't even have you restart it if you do it from the main menu. Right. Only issue I have with getting a freaking streaming PC is I just need a power supply and a graphics card. But like, where to put it? Because on this side I have my speaker. This side, right here. I have my big old speaker which charges a lot of my stuff. This side I have my PC. I can't put it there. Monitor there, monitor there, monitor there, monitor there, and monitor there. Got 5, dude. Well, 4 and 5. My iPad's my 5th one. What do you mean? Yeah. Story mode, yes. There's, yeah. You're brand new to the Long Dark, more interested in the story and atmosphere than survival. Yes. Check this adventure. Let's see.
Now the pale morning sings of forgotten things. She plays the tune for those who wish to overlook the fact that they've been blindly deceived by those who preach and pray and teach. But she falls short and the night explodes in laughter. Don't you come here and say
We're gonna check these suckers.
I didn't warn you about the way
Oh,
the
it's better.
world can alter. And oh, how you try to command it all still. Every single time it all shifts one way or the other. And I'm a goddamn coward, but then again 'cause you're bad to me.
That was an awesome intro. That was really good. Wow. I am thoroughly impressed by that.
Astrid!
Oh god. I get no backstory. I'm just in a forest. Oh.
The Joker. Seems about right. Feels like another record cold snap on.
Okay, that is really high sense. Oh my god. I put on 800 DPI.
I'd better get a fire going before the pipes freeze up again.
Fuel I have. Ew, why? They are good. Okay. Wood matches, take it. Yeah, but it's... Oh, yeah. Oh, see, I use, like, red skin mashed potatoes. You just leave the skin in there. Okay, how does this game look?
I don't remember needing my parka this early in the season. It seems to get colder every year.
Herbal tea.
Cheap electric crap. Never works when you need it. Damn, I was right. Pipes froze up again.
Well, I got a damn fire going. Yeah, touch compression is
Well, here we are, old girl. Your best flights may be behind you, but you're still beautiful to me. And anyways, you're all I've got. I'd sure love to give you one last great adventure. Getting pretty late in the day. Guess I could take a nap.
I gotta warm back up.
could that be? Jackrabbit Remote Transport, Mackenzie
I
speaking.
told her not to come up. I told her you couldn't fly in this weather. For once, will you not be so damn
Whoa,
stubborn and
whoa,
listen?
slow down, Maureen. What are you talking about?
She just showed up. Said you'd see her. Said you'd fly her north. I know you need the money. The weather service...
It's okay, Maureen. I've got it from here.
Hello, Will.
What are you doing here?
It's been a while, I know.
Yeah. Years. I haven't heard from you since...
I know. And I wouldn't be here if it weren't important.
Well... What brings you... I mean... Are you sick?
No, not me. But I need to get to someone who is.
Right. So you're still a doctor?
Yes, I'm still a doctor.
I thought that after... Why are you here?
I need your help. There's an isolated community in the northern part of Great Bear. Someone there is very sick.
Great Bear? There's nothing there anymore. Not since...
I know. But I have to get there.
Still trying to save the world, huh?
Somebody has to.
What's that supposed to mean?
Mackenzie, Will, I didn't come here to fight about the past. I need a pilot to take me somewhere remote. Someone who won't ask too many questions. Someone I can trust.
Wait, questions? Astrid, are you in trouble?
Are you gonna help me or not?
What's in the case?
See, there's that thing about no questions, remember?
What's in the case, Astrid?
No questions.
Look, the weather out there is bad. Bad. But it's getting worse. You walk in here after years. I could have been dead. You could have been. And then you show up and you want me to just risk my life flying into the middle of the great northern nowhere to deliver you in some mystery metal case to some remote wilderness outpost. All because you walked in here and asked me to?
Yes.
Oh, no, fuck that bitch.
Astrid, you can't bring him back.
This isn't about that.
I know how hard it's been.
No. You don't know, Mackenzie. You don't know anything.
You don't think I feel it too?
Are you gonna take me or not? The longer I wait, the worse it'll get. Damn it. I don't have time for this.
Wait. The worse what we'll get? Why do I have a feeling you're not talking about the weather?
Because I'm not.
Throw your bags in the plane. I'll get started on pre-flight. Better buckle up tight, because it's going to be a rough ride. Let's see. 2 people plus enough fuel to get us out to Great Bear and back leaves... almost no capacity for cargo. If we're too heavy, we'll burn through our fuel before we get there. I'll have to be careful about what else I take with me. Water, energy bars, purification tablets.
Yeah.
Breakfast and chicken. Astrid's a doctor, so we're covered there. The mysterious case. Astrid's traveling pretty light. Wherever she's going, she must not be planning to stay long.
Yeah, who needs that?
Just need to grab my parka and we can go.
I see you're still wearing it.
Wearing what?
Our ring.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, I just forgot to take it off.
I wear mine too.
Why?
Memories, I guess.
I thought you wanted to forget.
It doesn't look terrible.
Not all of it.
Look. I should have looked for you.
It's okay. I've kept busy. I've moved on.
You sure? Because this all seems pretty familiar. You still working with that researcher? Dr. What's his name?
No. No, I'm not working at the center anymore.
Well, then where?
I'm working on my own. Freelance, you could say.
Freelance doctor? That sounds legit.
I don't question your life choices, Mackenzie. Plenty of things you could be doing besides hanging out in your dad's old plane and drinking in the daytime.
Hey, we had a lot of good times in this plane. And it's under control.
I know, okay? I'm not here to fight, really.
I think about him all the time, you know?
I know you do.
But I did. The choice I made. I did it for us.
You don't have to. Let's just not...
No. It's important that you hear this. There's things I need to say.
Mackenzie, not now. There's...
Just let me tell you.
Will, shut up for a second. Something's wrong.
That is not good.
What's going on?
Power's gone. Whole electrical system looks fried.
Shit! What's happening?
No power means we're going down. Hold tight.
Will?
Astrid?
Astrid!
I must have gone right through the windshield. Trees broke my fall. Oh, mostly. Shit!
Yeah. It doesn't look.
Feels like it's still burning. My fingers feel numb.
How was this fire not warming me up? Standing right here doesn't warm me up. I don't know what controls are. Oh.
Feels like it's still burning.
Fire there. Okay, stop fire. No, because it's fire.
Come on, come on. I don't feel so good. I need to rest up.
Okay, options. Key bindings. Okay. Backpack is I. Okay. Use. It's what is? Actions. Harvest. Let's get 2 bandages. I'm gonna use my right hand. Use that one too. We're gonna harvest these. Add fuel. I want to use it. What? Do I have like a hot bar? Don't make sense. God. Christ. Actions. Use right hand. Okay, I'm gonna get my foot. Left hand. Anything that impairs my walking. Left foot. I can go to bed.
Astrid hasn't come looking for me. Which means she can't come looking for me.
Just, you know,
Because she's hurt.
casual dead.
Or
animal.
worse. I'd better get back up to the crash site.
I don't know how to use Rudolph's bones. Auto walk, quick steps for you. Put away as H. Break down that makes. Oh yeah. Okay. I assume I'm gonna climb this.
could probably climb that.
After I freaking bandaged you all up.
Can't feel my feet.
Food.
I think my stomach is eating itself. I think I'm gonna make it.
How do I use it? Like a tea that helps me.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
Well, I can't get you a drink, buddy boy. You're gonna have to comment. Should I turn the lights up on the top of my stream off?
Finally made it.
I don't know if I should. Can. Pretty easy. I don't know if it's like blocking or if it's not a good spot. Don't know. Let's see how it looks without it.
My plane. Not sure which of us looks worse. Poor girl. This isn't how things were supposed to end.
I think that looks better, actually. Water purification
Just don't
test.
handy.
Energy bar. Energy bar. Energy bar. Alright, give me something to drink. Drink. And let me eat some of that.
I could eat anything right now.
I just fed you, fucker. Shut up. Why am I all of a sudden not able to run? Not even heavy. I know. Like, numb. Maybe go to Is it because I'm cold? Maybe I'll just sit here for a minute. Warm up.
Come on. Come on. That's done.
Gotcha. Are you cooking for just you? You like making yourself a nice fine dinner? There you go. Nice. If I could realistically sit here. I'll just sit here until the fire goes out, because it's not very long. And it warms me up pretty good. Alright, good enough.
Astrid's pack. Locked.
Oh shit.
Whatever's in this case, Astrid was ready to die for it. I hope she hasn't already died for it.
Odex. Yes, sir. We can actually take these, put those in that. Painkillers, orange soda. Oh,
I've been looking for you.
no, I have that on oven. I'm staying nice and warm. Alright. I'm actually curious, how does this look on like high settings?
She definitely passed through here.
Quality, we're gonna go back to that. Just because I like the way it looks.
And in a hurry.
That means she was being chased by something. Ross, what time is it for you? Because I know you're way the fuck ahead of me. It's only 12:46 for me. Got it. There is a weapon in my inventory. It's literally right there. Do I have to put it somewhere? Okay, that's why I was like, it'd be like dinner time for you.
Astrid, where did you go? Oh, is that a wolf?
No, it's a
I better
fucking
keep my
giraffe.
distance.
Oh yeah, there you go. I hate some of the game narrative people say.
Whoa. Looks like some kind of radio tower.
No.
I must be closer to civilization than I thought.
You gotta climb down. I know this game is one of those games where this normal game, you'd be fine. This game, man, you shatter your legs. Kneecaps instantaneously gone. Be great. Like, no powers, no nothing. Just fly to make it so much easier.
Whoa. Someone's just sitting here, frozen. What the hell?
Painkillers. Yes, sir. And then the town is what, right there? Yeah. So finesse my way down. Still enough to climb. I do know I have seen the previews. I go into this town, and there's an old blind woman with a shotgun sitting in the living room.
Look. Smoke from that chimney.
That one.
That means someone's home.
No shit. No, the bears are having a fucking tea party.
Hello? Anyone out there?
What happened here?
Hatch it. The bucket.
This whole area looks like it's been abandoned for a while.
Except for the fact of when I open this door, there's a blind woman with a shotgun.
Hello?
Ready?
Anybody here?
Hey. Hey, wake up.
Holy shit! Wait! Hold your fire!
Get back.
Okay. Just take it easy.
Why are you here?
I saw the smoke from your chimney.
Outsider.
What?
Thought so. Mainlander. Outsider. I don't recognize your voice. And you haven't left like the others. So, must be a mainlander. Someone who doesn't know any better.
My plane, I crashed in the mountains nearby. I'm looking for someone who crashed with me. A friend.
I don't know.
She might be injured.
I haven't seen her.
Listen,
You don't see anything,
you
bitch.
maybe point that gun someplace else?
You think because my eyes are covered, I can't see you? Make the wrong move, say the wrong thing. You'll see how good a shot I am.
I don't doubt it.
The others are all gone. If you're here, things must be worse than they thought.
Name's Mackenzie, by the way. And you are?
I had a name once. But for years, the townsfolk have called me Grey Mother. A name takes on its own life. Such that at one point, the name becomes the thing it belongs to. Then the old names fade, can only be remembered by the young and the true.
So, I should call you...
You should call me Grey Mother also.
sitting here with a rifle in your hands. You expecting trouble?
Trouble. Trouble found me.
Oh no.
You mean the storm?
The bad men. The bad men came. Took my things. Tried to take my house. They thought they were safe because Grey Mother can't see. They were wrong.
Where are we?
Milton, a forgotten town deep in the mountains. You're far from home.
But where are we on Great Bear? My plane came down in a storm, and my compass was acting funny.
I've lived here all my life. Not much use for the outside world. Milton's the last of the old mountain towns. Now, it's almost impossible to get to.
Alright.
Or get out of.
You have a good one.
Only people left here are either too poor or too proud to leave.
Which are you?
I have what I need. At least I did, before the bad man came. Now I'm not sure I have enough
I got
to
you.
get through the winter.
I need to find my friend, but I'll do what I can to help.
My mind is... maybe...
Alright, we're gonna go raid her house. Oh, I can craft him. There. Repair. Lily's trunk. Guess I'm taking all the water.
Better take this food.
Okay, mother, where do you go? I'll leave her alone. Let's go see what's in the old credit union.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
Oh shit. Sorry, bud.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
This almost reminds me of like a horror game. But I don't think it is. I don't know the genre of this game. But in there. Candy bar. This should make him happier. Let's go in the house. Is this one of those things where the outside of it is small and the inside's fucking huge? Yep. No?
Could end up being useful.
The layer, yeah. Wood matches, yes. I can't see. Post office. We're gonna search all this stuff. Check glove box. Oh, the radio's right.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing in the post office. Gotta go quick.
That'll come in handy.
Take it. Nothing else. Boom. Okay, I want to be able to just do a match. I'm only gonna use one match per area though. Is this hurting me? Check and then check. Enter the vehicle. No. Canada, that's where we are. Okay.
I could use this.
Still beef jerky, still beef jerky. Quick. Lantern fuel, yes, sir. This one's got 2 floors. Mid. go sleep for 5 hours. I can't see shit out of this thing. Alright. I will be right back, chat. We are going to do a little bit of this. I gotta go do a couple of chores. We're gonna smack on some Witch. We'll do R6.
Of the
When you have a little happy smile on your face.
Why do we love popping little plastic bubbles? For the same reason we play scratches from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day.
match for both SSG and TSM. And from what we've seen, you know, we talked about the future, we talked about the past, but what we've seen on everything we know, honestly, this is a really difficult match to predict. I really don't think that the map is going to be a key consideration here. Usually this is where we kind of shift our gears and talk about the performance on this map. Yes, SSG performs better on Oregon through this stage, but it's really, I don't think it's going to be a major consideration, and we can't always convert past performance against different teams on the same map to a match where you have TSM versus SSG. It's not the same. So going into this, expectations are high, pressure is high, and you know that both of these squads are going to have to give their all.
Also would like to issue a small correction. I was talking about the upcoming major, not SI. My brain flip-flopped and I completely forgot about.
Well, I mean, you know, there's points on the line too, I guess.
There's only four the point I was trying to make is that there's only 4 teams going to the major,
right,
and they're fighting for 4 spots, right?
Yeah,
so the point that I made was because I thought it was SI, but then I realized that we still have a major to go.
Yeah,
before we get there. So
it's okay, it happens.
It's
again, though, points are a thing. So
the points are a big deal. I mean, if you look at the North American League situation right now, it's the team that's on the outside looking in of the typical top 4, and I want to kind of shed that thought process because we have moved past that. The Sonics have now very firmly cemented themselves in the top 4 over the last 2 stages, and I think moving forward that they're going to consistently be a team that can compete at the top. They're actually in our very next matchup. Right. They're playing against Beast Coast in the battle of which team gets to keep their teal logo. Beast Coast at 6 points, Sonics at 9 points, but Beast Coast had that slow start and seemingly have picked things up. But as for the major, the upcoming major, that's the real question mark. And Dark Zero obviously have some catching up to do just because of the fact that they had the first 2 play days off after they'd come back from Mexico and they'd had issues with the COVID, diagnosis back in Mexico. So that's something that's kind of upended their schedule. And DZ have 6 points on the table in their very final play day. They're going to be playing Astralis and Beast Coast. Now, if Astralis that we've seen thus far shows up, who are currently 1 and 4, then that should be a relatively easy 3 points for Dark Zero. Beast Coast will be the very final matchup of this stage, and that one could end up being a very significant match because Beast Coast right now finds themselves in 5th, 1 point back of TSM, who's currently in 4th. And in fact, for those of you that aren't keenly following the standings right now, with the exception of OXG being at the top, the race is completely wide open. Oxygen obviously had the week off or has the week off today, so they're not going to be able to pick up any points. But Space Station and the Sonics could vault up to tie with first place with a win today. If both of them win, then we'll have a 3-way tie at 12 points. But then after that, TSM is in 4th with 7 points all the way down to Xset with 3. That means that a single win today for any of those bottom teams is enough for them to shoot up to almost the top half of the standings here, which is just to show you how divided the league is, Michael. I mean, we've got we're very top heavy, and then if you look at Dark Zero downwards, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, they all have 1 win, or in Dark Zero's case, 1 win and then 1 overtime win. Right. So it's really anybody's game at this particular moment. And speaking of the game, we are just moments away from being able to get in, but in the interim, I hope you enjoy us discussing the standings and how impactful this game can be.
Yeah, I mean, it was Playday number 3, actually, where we specifically discussed how at that time, Oxygen and Sonics were the only teams who had walked away from the rest of the pack. Everyone else, TSM, Astralis, Dark Zero, Space Station, Beast Coast, Xset, they all had 3 points. Mirage had 0 on Playday number 3. I mean, we'd already made a lot of progress at that point. It was all so top heavy. It was Oxygen and Sonics, really. And then now where we are, we still have a very close pack, but I mean, it hasn't changed much. It's still so top heavy. So yeah, it's been an interesting NAL so far through this stage. You don't always see something like this, where you have all the teams so close you can't really predict who's going to go where. I do think now that we're going into the second half of this split, that today's the day where teams start to separate themselves, bottom half or lower half. We start drawing a line in the sand here and now, and it's going to start with none other than SSG and TSM. I think that is the most ceremonious match to lead us off, as they sit right next to each other on the standings, the 2 of the biggest names in the NAL, and it's going to be really, really important for both teams' trajectories, as we've already discussed today.
Yeah, I mean, the standings for today's matches are huge, right? SSG versus TSM, as long as there's an actual winner, and we're ready to get into Oregon, by the way, so rejoice, for we are ready to get things going. The winner of today's matchup between SSG and TSM, Michael, will be given a massive gift in the standings. TSM can kind of throw a wrench in the gears by winning here and shooting over top of SQ and SSG, but if SSG wins, then it's going to be a dogfight at the top. Outside of that, for the rest of you who don't know what our schedule is or didn't see it, as we now get into the operator ban phase, after Beast Coast and Sonics, a victory for Sonics there ties them with OXG at the top. Xset versus DZ could be one of DZ's easiest games moving forward, and it will need to be a victory for DZ if they want to try to make it to the major. A loss there for Dark Zero to Xset will most likely make their trip to the major impossible at that point, unless they go on a miracle run for the remainder of the season. And then Mirage versus Astralis has huge implications for the bottom. But we don't need to talk about that anymore. We can refer back to it because it's time to get into Space Station versus TSM. Operator bans are in on the board. Warden banned out is a bit unorthodox, but Hibana and Flores are relatively understandable. Valkyrie will join as well. That means that Wamai and Miro will both be available, 2 operators that tend to see a high ban rate, whose impact can be quite large on this map.
So Warden actually has a similar role to an SAS operator on defense, very interestingly, but he has a different set of kit. Obviously, he's going to have that 1.5 on that MPX. That's a headshot machine. You are going to win a lot of fights with that gun. I know it's a pea shooter, but the 1.5 makes all the difference on a gun like that. The reason why you're going to ban him out is because you really want to clear out specific corners that take a lot of work as an attacker. And if you put a Warden there, you bring that Ying, then it's going to be really hard for the defense to accommodate, to deal with that. That's why you see Bolo. I mean, obviously the Ying 6 pick from SSG. No duh, right? They get rid of the Warden. They know where they're going with this. That's also why you see the Wamai 6 pick from Bolo, though. He knows what's happening as well. He's aware that the Ying is coming. The Warden band broadcasts it, and well, yeah, you got to
welcome to another Gauging Gadgets review video.
So
in this video, we have the iJoy logo matte finish Bluetooth headphones. So these Bluetooth headphones are packed with doof on the headphones, and then they're open up and really nice to turn. You just join $5 and there is a mode button. So this is where you'll change it from Bluetooth mode or FM transmitter mode. This little dot right here in the center is going to be the LED indicator light that's going to tell you if it's in pairing mode, if the device is on, if it's charging, and then under that we have the microphone, and we'll test out the microphone. As you can see on the side of the earmuff right here, this is a little slot for a micro SD card. So you can get one of those, put a bunch of songs on it, and then you wouldn't have to connect this device to anything. It would just play from the actual SD card. It's very cool. And then right here we have the charging port, which is micro SD. And then it looks like on this side we have the actual power switch. So it's just like a normal power switch. You slide it right to turn it on and left to turn it off. On the bottom here of the right earmuff, we have the auxiliary port. And this is what I was talking about, or something like that. The headphones say power on. Now they're blinking red and blue, and that means they're in pairing mode. They come iJoy logo Bluetooth headphones. Let's go ahead and get them turned on and then paired to my phone. I'm going to turn them on by just changing this switch over to the right side. As we can see, the blue light turns on and the headphones say power on. Now they're blinking red and blue, and that means they're in pairing mode. They come up on my phone as iJoy logo, and we're connected. As you can see, they came with 60%
hoping that it will help them when they move to defense by hurting TSM on attack. That's why you see SSG bringing the double hard breach combo of Maverick and Thermite. Ace is available but will not be played, so you don't need him for now, I suppose. And there's been some changes to the way that we see hard breachers brought. In this case, the grenades of Hot and Cold will come in quite handy, and they very likely have nades in the hands of Rampy as well, and the Gon 6 is a secondary. So lots of soft destruction as Space Station are setting up to attack the front of Laundry, and out goes one of those shots from Fultz. I don't know if it connects or not, but the ADS of Achieved doesn't get what it wants. Still playing off of this freezer angle. Achieved watching the stairs, posted up at this position. He knows that they're coming in that direction, but he doesn't know when, and he's looking in the wrong way. He turns around right as the Candelas come out. Rampy's grenade finds Achieve. There you go. You've pushed the Jaeger off of that spot, and immediately Bosco will charge forward, picking off Bolo. Hot and Cold drops, as does Fultz. Team sitting in a 3v3. 30 seconds remaining, and TSM posted up, still watching this position. Slowly the dominoes fall, but TSM knows that it's a freezer take. The last three players from SSG are all in that same position, but they seem to lack some critical intel. A brief rotate by the Ying of Bosco from above, and Geo is tasked to stop this, but he can't do it. He thinks that there's going to be a push out. A Candela goes in front of him, a smoke cut off. He misses out on Bosco, but Chala doesn't, and Geo finishes off onto Rampy. It was a 3v3, but TSM doesn't lose a single player in the final moments. They hold steady and take round one.
Well done there to TSM. So let's talk about what happened. First of all, I want to address the operator bans. So for TSM, they banned out Flores and Valkyrie. Those are bog standard on Oregon. You got to get rid of those, especially if you're starting on defense. You really don't want the Flores in play. That's going to allow you to hold elbow, yada, yada, yada. You don't want to hear about that. The more interesting ones are the Habana and the Warden bans. Now, SSG with those bans are effectively pushing themselves into control. They are the ones dictating who picks what right now. They are the ones with the offset bans, with the slightly different bans, trying to keep their opponent on their toes. And that difference is notable in that it allows SSG to manipulate the strategy in the way that the execution's happening. Now, the problem last round was not the strategy, rather it was the execution of said strategy. What happened was TSM picked off the only two players who were pushing by Laundry. And if you know anything about competitive Siege, you know that crossfires are essential on an execute or a defense. Once you lose that player by Laundry or players by Laundry, the guys in freezer on attack, they're all just trapped. How are they going to fight their way out of that? Well, the Candelas might help, but they only got Bolo. That's it. And then they were completely out of Candelas. What do you do now? Well, you're pretty much trapped, like I said. So they tried to rotate Skies late, but it was way too late. And then the entire attack just fell apart.
Well, a bit too linear even after they got that very first pick onto Achieved, but they didn't get any map control from that as Achieved had scampered off of his hold, and TSM's setup was anticipating, or at least maybe not set up entirely for it, but was flexible enough to deal with a freezer hold. You saw that Geo immediately hit the ground when he was playing on Pillar. He was looking through the soft wall where he could catch the ankles of anybody running into the bomb site from that direction in freezer. Obviously, he would have been susceptible if the attackers had a swung from freezer towards Pillar, but I don't know if they'd effectively droned it out and had all that information. That said, we're now 30 seconds into round number 2, and it's a top floor defense, the only bomb site that happens to be on the top floor of Oregon, known affectionately as Kids' Dorms. So, if you're up here, the setup that TSM has, if you're SSG, how do you read into this? Well, a lot of teams will want to take from Big Tower, push into Attic. Yet again, a Jaeger will be the first line of contact, but it's not achieved in this case. It's Merc playing off of that role. All 3 of his ADSs are positioned in front of him because the primary target of SSG's aggression is going to be that deployable shield. SSG wasting no time by already working away at the double Attic panel from Big Tower. As you can see, hot and cold blowtorching it away. All the while, another hard breach goes off, this time from the opposite side of the map, onto that closet wall leading into games, and that Skies is the one to accomplish it.
Yeah, so wall open now and achieved. I think he messed up his electro claws there. He was a little too slow. It was destroyed by the explosion from the thermite. He's still got one, so that's an ineffective use of Cade there, unfortunately, or Kaid, excuse me. Merc trying to hold on to Attic. He's got all 3 of his ADSs to hold this position. That's really good prediction from TSM to expect what's about to happen. The Ying play on Attic window. Bosco can clear all those ADSs and still have Candelas, but it's an expensive ask. And when he goes for that, it's going to be well broadcasted. Here it comes.
Merc is still there. Bosco's going to look to angle this in a position where it does maximum damage, and off the window frame, who knows? Out it goes, and it detonates immediately by swinging on over, and Hot and Cold takes out Merc. The Jaeger is first to fall yet again. SSG opens up the killing. They've got more work to be done, and it wasn't successful in the very first round. Nitro Cell blown by Bolo with 30 seconds remaining, and more Candelas going out, and this time TSM's defense not quite as stalwart. Oh, but I might have eaten my words, as Geo and Achieved managed to give their team a lead, or at least trade it back. But Hot and Cold's a monster. 3 big kills are on the board, and down below, the 3 armor of Achieved is going to be making a ton of noise. Now, he is a Nitro Cell, but he's too late. Diffuser's already been planted, so you're going to have to use that as a distraction, herald your way back to the top of the bomb site. He actually catches the Yana, but he hesitates, and he doesn't see a 4K from Hot and Cold in his future. Excellent play from one of SSG's newer members, and it's a tie game at 1 apiece.
Huge round there from Houghton. I mean, I just played kind of a fun tournament against Houghton, and one thing I remember is that he was just constantly destroying us. I mean, we beat them, but it was like 12 kills every map from Hot and Cold. He is so consistent in everything he does, whether it's a meme tournament or in NAL top tier play. He just cannot seem to be stopped ever since he got dropped from Dark Zero. That was the big change for him, where it completely enabled him. He went from team to team, Barrage Space Station, he did all the things, and it just works no matter where he is. In this case, getting his team around and himself a 4K, but it was also, keep in mind, off of the back of Bosco's excellent Ying Candelas. His placement was perfect. I thought he was going to have to burn the 3 ADSs in pit, but no. He just places the Candela in a way that is not caught by the ADSs. He follows that up by placing a Candela deep inside of dorms, and that allows Hot and Cold to get 2 more kills after he gets the initial pick and pit. I mean, it's beautiful team play from SSG, and it's great to put a player like Houghton in that really linchpin position where he either makes or breaks the round, because you know he's going to make it.
Well, you now begin to understand the Warden ban an awful lot, right? 3 rounds in, and Space Station has trotted out Ying every single time. In terms of throwables, every player on the team has access to them. You've got 4 frag grenades, you've got 6 flashes, you've got 2 smokes, and then you've got the 3 Candelas, plus the Gone 6 as well from Rampy. That is a whole hell of a lot that a Warden could potentially help mitigate. Additionally, if Wamai were being played, he's not banned. I would like to repeat that. Wamai is not banned out. You could be doubling up here on your anti-toss denial. There's a Jaeger that's been present every single time. Expect to see either Jaeger or Wamai every single round, but SSG are really taking advantage of this ban, and through those 2 rounds, even though the first round did break in TSM's favor, they didn't exactly counter what SSG is bringing in the most adept of ways, and Geo could end up finding himself victim here. And how does he get away with 1 HP as the grenade goes off, taking the shield? And he's now engaged in a duel with Bosco on Repel, and only 1 HP is what stands between him and an early grave, and Bosco finishes the deal. Space Station flawless on First Bloods through the 3 rounds played.
That was a really great piece of teamwork we just saw from Space Station. They identified the problem, player in Arsenal, and they came up with the solution. Nades from below and pressure from Repel. It worked perfectly. No HP lost. Here comes the Finka boost as they try to push these attackers, or rather defenders, off of Armory and Trophy. They've done just that. As we saw Bolo fall back. He wanted to get a refrag. That'd be the ideal circumstance, but you can see that SSG are playing very cautiously. It's because they're aware TSM are going to be vying for that re, and they're not going to let it happen.
Well, there goes a Goyo shield. Folt still standing in his exact same position. Now the wall goes off and Trophy is a bit clearer as the fire slowly extinguishes itself. Merc's favorite and most played operator is that Finka, so expect to see Finka when they swap sides, but for now SSG is going to give it a whirl. Next Goyo shield goes off, and the drones will bypass that opening in closet. No damage done to them by the toxic canister because robots can't breathe. Sorry if you disagree, but that's just the way the world works. I don't make the rules. Final minute to go, and TSM still holding very far off site, at least in Achieved's position. He had done this before as Kaid, but he's now taken up that same spot as Malusi. Hot and Cold doesn't seem to realize how close they came to Loggerheads. Adrenal Surge goes off as Skies takes a bunch of damage, and Chala gets a pick onto Bosco. It's not the first pick, because there had been one earlier on, but SSG looking to break into the site. Down goes Chala, but Merc refrags. They never cleaned out Attic, and Merc is still in there, so TSM can play with impunity as Space Station tries to push in. Skies does just that with Holt side by side, but the retake from Achieved is there, and they'll go hunting for the very final member of Space Station, who is not long for this Earth. And TSM answers back. Their second attempt here at Dorms proves to be successful.
Solid hold there from TSM. Crucially, the push downstairs from SSG did not have a lot of success. They ended up losing Hot down there. And that's big for TSM because that eliminates your X Factor. You no longer have to consider the extra angle that SSG might try to present. There was no attic pressure whatsoever. Their only real push for attic was, let's go through trophy door into pit. That's dangerous. That's very risky, and Merc punishes that harshly. Now, when you lose that pressure, when you don't have that extra, again, the crossfire, we talk about these crossfires so much, then it's really difficult to make a push out of trophy or even the breach successful. Because it's just linear. It's straight linear. When you have that kind of attack, it is usually going to fail unless it's a rush and the enemy team is not, expecting it or not ready for it. And this was not the case, obviously. So it's a pretty routine hold from TSM, but still a solid one regardless. I think the most important variable was the roam downstairs.
Well, 2 times that now we've now seen TSM play off-site, and the drone work for Space Station not quite so sufficient. They didn't know where Achieved was playing just outside of Meeting, over by Kitchen, and it ends up being a thorn in their side. Not that that was their single problem, but when Achieved came back, he was able to prey on the fact that SSG had no idea the whereabouts of the one player from TSM that wasn't within the confines of either bomb site. So something that SSG does need to work on is going to be maybe some more drone work. And so far, SSG has not looked like a bad team. Neither of these teams have really put in a poor effort thus far. Some matches Michael characterized, obviously, by which team makes the least mistakes versus which teams that are making the most mistakes tend to have a good round here or there. I don't think that's the case. That said, it's a second attempt at laundry supply room for TSM. They were successful the first time around, and now they're back here in round number 4, only having played these 2 sites. And they're not going to make any mistakes about this denial, bringing Wamai and Jaeger to deal with the abundance of things that can be thrown out by SSG.
I love this. You don't really see what's happening here. Achieved is playing by T1 stairs, and what he's doing is he's trying to shoot drones for his teammate and bait for his teammate up in T3. Hotten's going to drone this out, but he's not going to be able to see Geo because Geo's hiding behind the metal. He's looking, he's checking, and okay, he just says it's clear, and he moves on. Now, you could drone it by jumping up the ladder, but it takes so much time, most people don't usually bother. Achieved shooting the drones, again, baiting for his teammate, and Geo might go undetected in T3 because of that. So that little bit of teamwork could net a flank later in the round, depending on what SSG decide to attack.
There goes that exothermic charge upstairs inside of security. So a drop into freezer is now secured for Space Station. Bolts will watch over that as Skies goes to drone work. The thing is that while I was a bit critical of Space Station's coordination off of that, they have been on drones quite consistently. Skies in particular spending an abundance of time on it. As you can see, Rampy has been as well, which is not odd, but for somebody like Rampy who enters in 4th overall in terms of ratings, top 5 in kills per round, he's somebody that you wouldn't expect to spend so much time scouting out that intel, but if it works for the team, then that's all that matters.
Well, there's no entries for either team so far. This is going to be an absolute brawl when we hit the moment, and here it comes as the Candelas start to pop off. Nobody netted, though, off the first Candela. There's still 2 for Bosco, so he can make that work for him in the future.
There's a grenade that goes off, and it'll do a little bit of damage to Achieved. Another grenade goes off, this one more successful, immediately fired back by TSM. Both teams competing on even footing. Merc might take some damage if he plays around this the wrong way. Bosco charging in while Rampy covers. And it's only a shred of HP, not realizing there's still somebody playing an elbow, and Chala's there to govern that position. TSM swatting away the entry from Space Station. And once again, SSG will trail. It goes from bad to worse, and there you go. Another lockout from TSM. Even if Space Station are getting the upper hand at the beginning of the conflict, TSM are cool as a cucumber, Michael, because they have stopped that push 3 of 4 times thus far, and that's exactly the round count that we sit at between these two teams.
Yeah, so here's the problem, Parker. It's just... So, okay, first of all, I gotta say, I really like the way that SSG is playing this. I think it's super interesting. I think their employment of that, the cut, you notice, I'm sure most of you have noticed that they are very, very focused on getting freezer door control so that they can cut off the middle of the site and eliminate players on rotation. But here's the problem. TSM are too aware of that for it to work. See, when the enemy team knows what cuts you're going for, they can just avoid those angles. For example, they leave a player on elbow. So since TSM still has a player on elbow, you'd think, oh, well, that's far removed from the take and they're not going to be directly influential, but not the case, because SSG are relying on the explosive entry following the Candelas for their success. And that explosive entry usually will work if a team is in your standard anchor positions, because that entry knows exactly what they're looking for. You still have a guy on elbow, and the entry's like, wait, where's the person I'm trying to kill? Where's the entry point that I'm trying to, get at? And then they get swatted away by the person playing further back on defense. So because TSM is aware of what SSG is trying to pull, I mean, it won't work. It's not going to work for SSG. They need to dive deeper, and they need their Candelas to be deeper. And I mean, that's a whole ask in itself in terms of utility. There's a lot of layers there. It's not as easy as you might think. So that's causing a problem for Space Station. They need to adjust, especially their basement attack.
TSM will go to a bomb site that they have not yet played. They've gone to laundry twice and dorms twice, and in this one, going to the typical kitchen meeting defense that we tend to see. I don't know if one of those kitchen cafeteria will pop up or not, but we'll keep our eyes on it. For now, very similar to what you see out of that basement hold, is that teams will want to defend Big Tower. Gio will be on a collision course here as he walks right into the waiting arms of Hot and Cold, who has been so proficient. And it's 5 rounds in a row of the 5 that we've played where SSG have been successful with the ensuing conflict. But right in lockstep, just like every other round, TSM can answer that one back. So while an opportunity is given to Space Station, it is fleeting at best, as TSM have been so good at keeping this close. They very narrowly take a lead. They miss out on that opportunity by a hair. As Rampy in back tower absorbs tons of damage. He's got Bosco with him now. But TSM are aware of this, and it was the UMP Ebolo that was doing some damage.
That damage is definitely going to be a problem for Rampy later on. You can see Bolo is ready for more. He wants another opportunity to do some damage, get a kill, put his team in the lead in terms of manpower, and so far, he's not given that opportunity. Now, you can see SSG are starting to run out of time. That's very important. Only a minute left, and remember all those other linear attacks that SSG have brought out? Yeah? Remember how those all failed? Well, they're setting up for what could be the most linear of attacks right now. A pure big tower take with a minute left and 1 player low on HP. This is going to be tricky.
And there's smokes going out onto the stage. Down goes Bolo. Hot and Cold's kill tally is really something to behold, and he is making tons of space for his team. He's got more to deal with. Nitro cells still available. Merc doesn't have any smokes left. He's just a gun, and he's gone again. Hot and Cold finds kill number 3. He's already got a 4K in one round. He's looking for more, and how about another 4K? And Ace denied as Achieved shuts him down. But playing over by Flag, he's going to have to come back into the bomb site with Rampy watching. And no opportunity for Skies to get that diffuser down. It was an absolute brawl, but SSG walks out of that round with a win.
Wow, the 4K for Hodden, nearly the ace. He was so close, Parker, to an ace. 2 4Ks in a one map, though. That is wild. And we cannot sing the praises of Hot and Cold enough. I stand by what I said, Parker. That execution certainly would have been very difficult for SSG. Were it not for Hot and Cold picking up a 4K. The trend with both of the rounds that SSG have won so far, Hot and Cold got a 4K.
Both times.
Both times. And
Both times.
It's just, it's silly. On the one hand, I'm impressed by Hot. And on the other, also, keep in mind, his team is setting him up for it. That's very important. He is not just getting these willy-nilly. He is being assisted by the Candelas, the drone work, the calls. Like, he wouldn't have known that he could needed somebody by sandbags last round if it weren't for the call on the ADSs. I'm sure that came out. So, this kind of communication, or even clearing ADSs if there were any, that's important to Hot and Cold's success, but it is also still the key to the success on the other hand.
Well, final defense now for TSM as they want to ensure that they outright win this half. It's been an impressive 3 rounds stitched together on Oregon, where we do tend to see Oregon be quite well balanced between teams that know it as well as these two teams do. SSG once again threw that Warden ban in specifically to take advantage of TSM's inability to stop all the throwables that SSG brought. But guess what? I don't really think it worked as effectively as they wanted. At best, Space Station is going to walk away with a tie here with 3 rounds. They've been wonderful at getting these opening picks. So far, flawless, in fact. They come very close to doing it again with Achieved on the run over by Small Tower, and that's where SSG will start this assault. They're going to want to clear that out, then take control of Kitchen, do some damage from below before translating the 2 hard breachers up top. There's also a Capitao on the board of Hot and Cold, and this one is a bit unorthodox in comparison to what we've seen from previous rounds. A Capitao is not always a must pick for this bomb site, but he does have access to the can opener, that hard breach tool, so they might not have a Maverick on the board, but there is another gadget to break through any reinforcements they find.
Yeah, it's a solid amount of hard breach, I'd say. If you're gonna only bring one, you could bring that supplemental with the can opener. I agree with that. And it's being used downstairs. I think SSG has gotten wise to the fact that their attacks are become a little too linear, and that's why they're going for a downstairs clear on a top floor defense. It's also says that they are aware of how heavy TSM is focusing on the roam, because a downstairs clear can usually net you a kill or 2 on those roamers. You can see that they've just been isolated from the site. Yes, TSM's roamers will escape. Bolo and Achieve, they're going to descend into the basement. But if the cuts are correct, those roamers won't be able to get back to the site, which isolates 3 players on site for TSM and creates a power vacuum that can be jumped into by the players on SSG. That's a big opportunity for the attack, assuming it's properly utilized. But I wasn't wrong, but like the cuts weren't correct, and the roamers have made it back to site already.
Well, with all that said, there's a minute to go, and SSG have decided that they don't want to take Attic, they don't want to take Master, they're going to go for a window plan, and Bosco just runs right into Dorms. 6 rounds in a row that SSG have led off the kills. Will TSM be able to answer back? The answer is usually yes, but there's a bit of a pause right now. A ceasefire, maybe, but Bosco goes huge. He takes down 3 in the process before Merc ends his killing, leaving the Jaeger as the last man standing for TSM. Diffuser planted by Skies, so SSG will get out of dodge. Quite successfully so. This seems like an impossible task for Merc. Will he be able to pull it off? Crossfire's established directly in front of him. If he looks to the right, they're going to kill him from the left, and that's exactly what happens. Fultz says no more. Former teammates, now adversaries. The first half is in the books, Michael. Both teams walk away with 3 rounds.
All right. First half was really interesting, Parker. We saw a lot of moments where SSG have a plan and TSM counter that plan harshly. We saw a lot of moments where TSM struggled despite being in the advantageous position. Opportunities lost, opportunities made. I'm surprised by how many rounds TSM managed to take away from that, to be honest, because it looks like SSG's attacks were in full command the majority of the time. The real saving grace for TSM, and I think the main reason they got 3 rounds out of that first half, is specifically the bottom floor defense, which is going to be the first site that SSG go to now in the second half. Because that bottom floor defense, specifically the thing that SSG was relying on when they were attacking, that cut from freezer door just was ineffective. And because of that, TSM were able to hard counter, and they managed to get those 2 really important rounds. So now going into the second half, there's a lot of strategies that you could see in play from both of these teams. That's typical of TSM and SSG. So there's no guarantee this is going to be another 3-3 half. One of these teams could start running away with it here. Curious to find out what's going to happen.
Bolo's on the Finca this time, so TSM likes this operator an awful lot. Michael Merck is going to be on Sledge, so a small change in terms of who's going to be playing what operator. It was talked about in the pre-show. You might be wondering to yourself, why are we talking about Finca? Well, we've seen Finca through 2 rounds thus far. SSG brought her out for a single round, and that was it. The experiment was very short-lived. Maybe 2 rounds. I can't exactly recall if it was 2, but I know 1 for sure. As for TSM, it's Merck's most played operator. So that is something to keep an eye on in regards to how this is going to be used by TSM. As we talk about that, 30 seconds into the very first defense for SSG, and they've got Rampy on a suicide mission right now, playing at the top of Big Tower. Hot and Cold is not too far off. They see drones dropping in front of them, and Rampy's going to be sitting with some denial from those ADSs, but they'll only catch 2 things. Surya Gates there in front of him as well could potentially help, and a nade from below is tossed out, but Rampy's already moved off of that position. Somebody tries to rappel through that second floor window. Hot and Cold has that position under watch.
This is a really good... Oh, no, the roam from Fultz. Will it get detected? No is the answer. Merc goes down. No drone work from TSM. Merc on a solo entry, and he's punished for it. The challenge, though, over by T3 goes the way of achieved before he's C4'd by Skies. The assist from SSG and making that T3 roam a win is massive. They will not only get the leadoff pick, but they will walk away from the roam successful.
Really beautiful stuff from Space Station on that coordination. The Nitro Cell, Hot and Cold having his teammates back. And Rampy knew that in that position he was playing to die. We all knew it as well. The only way you're getting out of there alive is if you kill everybody and then drop down and try to go through the stairs into the basement. And that so seldom happens. So TSM have used about half of this round to clear out that position. The fallback from Houghton and Skies proves to be successful, but it cost TSM greatly. They'll now try to take control of Meeting, and they've got the stage wall in front of them. Hot and Cold has not completely made it back to the bomb site just yet. He's sitting inside of security right now. And if he's got to rotate in the kitchen, he could potentially catch them off guard. Okay. TSM's focus seems to be very much on that pillar part of the bomb site. Hot and Cold does have that rotate, so there's an avenue back. Bolo takes out Fultz, so even though SSG continues to get these very first picks, TSM are keeping it close throughout these rounds.
This is an interesting one so far, Parker. Pillar control for TSM is massive, and oh, the timing! Don't know if that would have been a full exposure there, but either way, opportunity lost. Chala setting up for the plant. Nades going in to try and cover. Bolo uses the Finca charge to heal his teammates up, give him a little bit of overheal, and he's going to go for a push in the hallway. Very dangerous. Will he get away with it? The answer is no. Actually, it's Chala who goes down. Pistol out, and Houghton gets a third with the pistol. Beautiful play as he inserts himself in the midst of them all and just guns them down one by one.
Houghton is everywhere all at once. This man is smurfing on TSM right now, and this was the Hot and Cold that used to dominate the matches when he was on Mirage, and there's a reason why Space Station wanted him. They picked him up, brought him in after Canadian had stepped off of the roster. Luke was in as a temporary sub, and boy, oh boy, what an impressive tally by Hot and Cold thus far through this match. How many rounds has he won solely based off of these clutches? On attack, Michael, the 2 rounds, the very first rounds that SSG won were because of 2 4Ks from Hot and Cold. He had a massive round right there. I believe that was a 3K on that round. And then he had a single kill in another round. Well, guess what? Houghton is sitting at 12 kills. 8 of those come through 2 4Ks, another 3K, and then a single kill. Yeah. Safe to say, if Hot and Cold has a multi-kill round, SSG is going to win because they have a 100% success rate doing that, and SSG takes the very first defense off of that.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Parker, a little silly thing. He's got 12 kills. The next two highest performers in the lobby are Bosco and Merc. And they both have 6 kills each, which obviously adds together to make 12. So the next two top players make the amount of kills that Houghton has currently. He's kind of walking away with it. You know, Houghton is one of those players for the majority of his early career really did not get a lot of praise because he didn't play very well. Could be because of the role he was on. Could be because of the teams he was playing for. Could be a plethora of reasons. It doesn't really matter. The point is he was not one of those performers that like shined above all others. You know, he wasn't an Esk for the longest time. He wasn't a Palu. He wasn't a Pengu, etc., etc. I could go through the full list. What about this player? It doesn't matter. My point is he wasn't one of those players. And over the last year and a half or so, he's started to change that history. He started to make himself to be something greater. And I think if he keeps this up for another year or two, I mean, he could be making a bid for one of the top positions of all Siege history in terms of how he's considered within the community. I think he's really making a play for that. And his performance it really speaks for itself.
He entered the day in 5th place overall in those ratings like we talked about. Rampy was in 4th, Hot and Cold 5th. Just behind him, a .126 for Rampy, .125 for Houghton, and Houghton's tally at the moment is 39 and 26. Well, he just broke 50 kills with that round. On this stage is 39 plus 12 is 51. I know that we're not supposed to do math on broadcast, but here you go.
Sacrilege.
And as far as I'm aware, he is now only the 2nd player to break 50 kills in the NA League, unless Merc has also broken it, but we don't have the stats in front of us. Vertical has the most kills of anybody with 57. In terms of Hot's overall numbers, though, he's 8-0 on entry, and given the amount of kills that he's been getting so far, at least from my math, he's got 3 opening picks thus far in this match alone. I don't believe he's been the first to die at all, well, because that's correct. Space Station hasn't actually forfeited a single first blood. TSM have yet to get the first kill on a single round, and despite it being so close, that's a major nod to TSM, but a bit of a wag of the finger at Space Station. Merc is sitting at 6 kills, so Merc has broke double digits as well for those that are keeping track or broken 50 kills for those that are keeping track at home. So Vertical, Hot and Cold, and Merc all at 50 plus kills so far through the 6th play days. That's really not too bad at all. That's an impressive number. So kudos to Hot and Cold, and it's nice to see his rebirth as a player. I know that it was a bit of a controversial decision for Dark Zero to cut him from the roster. It was an emotional one at that for a lot of players because Hot and Cold does tend to be a very well-loved figure in the entire community, not just this continent. And having a second life, showing that even though it's been quite a while since he was on that old Ash role, as you will fondly remember, Michael, he is still capable of keeping up with all of the young gunners.
Certainly is, Parker. But enough about Hot and Cold. One thing I want to focus on here was that strategy we just saw from Space Station. I'm glad to get this technical pause to dissect it because there's a lot of layers to talk about. There were so many instances of direct counters to TSM's clear from Big Tower. I mean, you could just see the fingerprints of counterplay all over it. I see you, Lycan. I see you, rest of SSG, involved in that strategy because they clearly put in a lot of effort to specifically counter the Big Tower take from TSM. They knew exactly what TSM was going to do. It started with the T3 roam. Obviously, a standard T3 roam is pretty, you know, it's usually a suicide position. You're going to die. But you want to take as many people with you as possible. In this case, it was a set-up T3 hold with intent, with deliberate positioning. It was a full, hard investment from SSG, specifically to counter TSM's clear, because they knew TSM would. That's the big thing. And that clear was halted in its tracks. The initial clear, in fact, was punished so severely that they ended up losing manpower advantage and a significant chunk of their utility. And you followed up with little things like a mute jammer on the stage wall, just to slow down the exothermic charge you know is going to go onto that wall because you know TSM wants to open it. It reeks of SSG knowing how TSM is going to execute, reading them like a book, and setting up a counter strat specifically for them. It could also be a standard, you know, just T3 investment. TSM could have walked straight into the trap, but I think it's more deliberate than that, and I love seeing stuff like that.
So we had some issues in regards to audio sync that seemingly have been resolved, and we'll keep a close eye on it. Thank you so much for your patience, by the way, as we now get underway with the remainder of this matchup. For those of you that are just tuning in through the first half, well, it was a 3-3 scoreline between these two teams. The tale of the tapes for the squads is that they enter almost in the same position in the standings. Space Station in third, TSM in fourth. At stake is a position at the upcoming major. Only 4 teams from North America will be present.
I like steak.
Sorry?
I like steak.
It's a great thing. It's not a given that OXG will qualify, but they do have quite a lead. If the Sonics and Space Station both end the day with victories, then they will tie OXG, who has the day off, with 12 points apiece. And because of the implications that has on TSM, Beast Coast, and Dark Zero down below, it's going to be really tough to catch those 3 teams. And while they won't have clinched a spot, they'll be very close to having clinched it. That said, that's just a bigger look at what the matchup is, because there's a lot more going on. It's a Dorms defense this time. The second defense that we see for Space Station, and Rampy is playing in the same suicide spot upstairs in the top of tower.
Very hard position to hold, and he's going to be successful. Down goes Achieved. That is going to be huge. So he's done his job. Rampy can now die, and there it is. The grenade will kill him before the C4 detonates. So well done. He just saved Geo's life. Good job, Merc. But it doesn't matter because he did his job. Achieved goes down. And now the momentum is squarely in favor of the defenders. I know it's an even man count. Doesn't matter. That T3 roam, if it gets anything, is successful. So big win there for Rampy.
Well, yet again, another big opening pick. Space Station on 8 in a row thus far. Every round has gone in their direction, and the stats behind opening picks are usually quite jarring. It's usually about 70 to 80% success rate for the team that gets that opening pick. Obviously, the thing to take into consideration is how quickly a refrag happens. TSM have been able to trade out more often than not, which is why the scoreline is as tight as it is, despite the fact that Space Station have been so proficient at that. But on even footing, both teams at 4 players apiece. With just under a minute to go in the round, the Dorms site is the focus for TSM. They're going to try to take advantage of the fact that there's no Warden as well, with a Ying on the board. No Finka experiment this time. TSM didn't like it after the first round. They'll watch the big window, and so will Space Station as a grenade gets caught out, and it gets caught by Chala right in the face. A toxic canister goes, and with 30 seconds left, TSM will have to hop in and make something happen. Olo tries it, but he gets shredded by Houghton. The Wamai playing far enough back. Geo edging up onto the shield. He takes out Skies, and now there's something that they can exploit. Looking towards the back of the bomb site. Geo in a strong position here, but he has to collapse on Bosco as well. And Bosco's given his position away, but Hot and Cold does it yet again. A double for him. He's still got more in him. It's Merc to try and fight against the remainder of the team. And how about a 3K from Hot and Cold? 15 kills through 8 rounds, and SSG are up 5-3.
How does Houghton win that? He has no right to win that. For those of you who are not familiar with Siege, when you are the one disengaging from the angle and someone else is engaging on an angle, the person engaging has a decisive advantage. Even on land. These players are playing on land, so the picker's advantage is minimalized. But even on land, this is still a consideration. It's just something that is unavoidable. The laws of physics make it so. So because of that advantage for the person peeking and the disadvantage for the person not peeking, Houghton had no right winning that. How did he win that? A 3K for the man. He holds it together for his team, and frankly, it was falling apart at the seams for SSG. TSM's execution was perfect. Skies was distracted because of the Candelas, and he was playing inside a pit. Skies' job was to hold the attic push. He was unsuccessful because of that distraction. TSM opens the site wide open because of that. And it should be an easy breezy execution for TSM following that. But then off screen, Hot and Cold picks up 2 kills on 2 separate entries from 2 separate lanes, and then wraps it up with the bow in the third. Not that he didn't really even need to do that. His teammate would have been able to clutch. But the point still stands. The man, I want to stop. I'm so tired of talking about him because he deserves all the praise that he's being rendered. But it's just, you know, somebody else gets a 4K, please. Someone else pick up all the kills. I mean, right time, right place, right player. But geez, man, Houghton cannot keep getting away with it, Parker. That's That's, I think, 4 rounds now that Houghton has clinched for his team. Of the 5 that they've won. And that's, I don't know. That's a silly tally. So, after winning their defense and dorms, SSG will go down to their tertiary bomb site. It's going to be Cafeteria. Parker wondered if we would see Cafeteria through this map. It seems we will.
I did wonder that.
And here we are, yeah.
Well, every single bomb site has now been played. This is a statement bomb site, I think, for Space Station. I know that they can play every bomb site on Oregon. They are a flexible team, and it is no surprise that they will want to go to a site that teams don't always love. The typical and most conventional setup on defense for this bomb site is where Rampy was positioned inside of showers. You're going to want to play in there with a soft wall in front of you next to the reinforced panel. You also want to have a rotate back to the site, which is where Rampy is. He's sitting on cams right now, but will mile off and carry those impacts so you can very quickly get back into Cafeteria. The thing is that if you can't hold that part very effectively, then you can get overrun by the attackers. And I know that TSM is well prepared for this. I don't expect them to be bamboozled by it. Another thing to note is that this operator roulette that's being played by Bolo. Ooh, very first round, that TSM is able to get an opening pick, and it happens against Fultz. So the timeout may be a bit too early to call the round for them, but paying dividends right off the bat. The new flashbang's working on hot and cold as he is now in a rock and a hard place, but a run out from Bosco will at least attract their attention for about a second. And TSM with 45 seconds into the round have got that very first pick. The point I was trying to make before I toss back to you, Michael, Bolo has been on an operator roulette. He started on Finca, he went to Ying, now he is reunited with Zofia, once his most popular and most played operator. We'll see if it changes the fortunes of TSM, as Bolo desperately needs something to kickstart this offense as he's 3-7.
Yeah, very important that Bolo starts finding the board. I think he based on what I'm seeing from the look on his face and the way he's playing, the way he's jumping from angle to angle, I think he's just overthinking it. And this happens sometimes. It looks, you know, I don't want to psychoanalyze too hard here, but it does happen in Siege. Sometimes all you really need to have to be successful in Siege is just to confidently do whatever it is you think was right for the moment. And it doesn't seem to be happening, not necessarily just for Bolo, for a number of players in this lobby. I mean, there's a lot of people who are not performing right now. And that gives a lot more room for players like Houghton, who are clearly in the right mindset right now, to flourish. And it's exactly what we're seeing from SSG. Let's see if that'll keep up, as TSM still have the lead in this round.
Nitro cell in hand for Hot and Cold, sitting on top of these 380Ss. 1 minute to go. He's expecting a push from the window. He pulls trigger on the C4, but it's a bit too early. Merc is inside of showers, now holding this position. A rotate from Hot and Cold will almost certainly spell his doom, but he gets out of there very quickly. He's just a step ahead of Merc. And a game of cat and mouse will continue. Hot and Cold getting ready for another potential multi-kill round. He's picked up 1 onto Geo, the Nomad no more. Teams at 4v4. The advantage from TSM not quite seized. Merc and Houghton will both tussle, and impact goes out, but it's thrown just at the feet of Merc. No real damage being done there with 30 seconds to go. TSM need to push the shower control, and they need to go quickly because they're not taking any significant map control away. Mr. 16 kills, still holding the one angle in, and he's got a line of sight to the bomb site in A as well. TSM taking their sweet time. Down goes Rampy. Merc's second kill, looking for more. Houghton just narrowly backs away from the gunfire. He sees Merc, down he goes, punishing him. It's a double for Houghton. A third could be in the works as well. There it is, a fourth line right up. No, it's Bosco to get it, and a pivot as it's achieved from above. A death drop through the hatch with match point in the grasps of SSG. Achieve knows he's not going anywhere in a hurry. 3 big kills for Hot and Cold on that round. 18 in total, and it's match point for Space Station.
Parker! That's another round that Houghton won for his team. Another one! How is it? He can't keep getting away with it! That's... All right. So what happened there? Well, Houghton holding a shield in the hallway. You know, the really interesting thing about that one, Parker, is, part of it's Houghton. But also a big part of that is TSM and their mistakes. Frankly, they made a lot. There are a number of solutions to the Houghton problem in the hallway. And I'm glad that we got to see the actual first-person perspective this time, because it was a lot easier to analyze what happened. Houghton just played the shield. So why is that significant? Many other players put in the position that Houghton was in, especially after he lost most of his HP, would have panicked and retreated and fallen off their position, and they're like, oh my gosh, I have to get away, scary. I'm low on HP, and my teammates are falling back. I have to fall back to... Not Houghton. No, sir. He's like, I got my shield. I'll play my shield. And the shield could have been destroyed by TSM. And Houghton could have just been peeked by the guy in showers. And, I mean, they could have double peeked in the hallway and pre-fired on the angles. I mean, there are so many options. The most important, obviously, the option that was not used by TSM is just destroy the heckin' shield. The lack of presence of mind to do that, the lack of investment on the utility, the just absolute focus on the site causes too many problems. You can't even push site until you deal with that. So yes, Houghton, very impressive. He's patient. He considers his options. He doesn't make mistakes. This is something that I've said of other legendary players like Pengu. One of the most notable things about Pengu, one of the things that made him the world champion twice over, he doesn't make mistakes. So, yeah, I mean, Houghton, he's not making mistakes. I don't know what else to say. So twice over, 3 times over.
I mean, what more is there to say that can already be said? Hot and Cold has been the name on everybody's lips for the last couple of stages, from Mirage now through 2 stages of SSG, and I've no doubt that the poor performance that SSG and Hot and Cold in particular had in the Mexico Major is working as fuel for this fire that is now allowing SSG to thrive. Well, they've done a pretty magnificent job of this second half. Defense Endure-sided, Oregon, and the operator ban of Hibana might be hurting TSM a little bit more than they had expected, and that might be some shrewd investigative work by Space Station. You've given praise to Lycan earlier on during the tech pause, and well, I think it's fair to give it back. Both teams have very smart coaching staff behind them, both Data and Pojo for TSM, and Lycan and all the 40 analysts for SSG. And my goodness, this one might be over before it even gets started. Interrupting my train of thought, Space Station gets right back on the horse with that opening pick. And they make it 2 for a good measure. Both Bolo and Geo are no more in this match. If SSG can get the rest of the 3, we might have seen the last of those 2 players, as it's match point for Space Station with just over a minute to go.
This is the sort of result that you sadly can't predict. And the analyst desk is probably going to make note of this when we eventually get to that part. But you can't predict that several of the TSM main fraggers are going to have problems fragging today. And that Hot and Cold is going to be perfect. He's going to be playing Perfect Siege. He is currently playing Perfect Siege. You know, I'm not saying he can keep doing that. Most players can't keep it up all the time. But he's having a day. And when you have a combination of someone having a day like this, and then several players on the other team just not having a good day, I mean, this is what you get. 20 kills. And, I mean, we're just about done here.
I mean, unless they throw this round, there's no way he's going to break that regular record. So he'll look for some more, though, and he's got Merc in his sights. A Jiggle Peek will spell the doom of the sledge, and there you go. Nicely done. Only a tiny bit of damage to SSG thus far. Chief turns around. There's another Hot and Cold. Is a 4K up? No. Merc says 21's as much as you're going to get. But Bosco says, that's fine. We'll take the 3 points anyway. A big victory from Space Station over TSM, as a 7-3 scoreline is about as dominant as you can get with 2 teams this evenly matched.
A big win for SSG indeed, Parker, and a big smile on Hot in Space. I don't know if you saw it earlier. He doesn't always smile. When he does, it's a beautiful sight to see. I mean, Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold, Hot and Cold. About 90% of those rounds won by Space Station were, you guessed it, Hot and Cold. A 3K or a 4K in each of those, in every single one except for one, Parker. I think it was one round where Hot got like a single kill and SSG still won. Every other round, he got a 3K or a 4K. Like, what more can you say?
If memory serves me correctly, Michael, and obviously there's a lot more to it, and I apologize for the fans of Space Station who want us to focus on all the other players, but today was very much a firmly 1v9 in every sense of the word. There were 2 4Ks for Houghton that I can count, 2 3Ks from Houghton as well that I can count. That means that 18 of his 21 kills came in 4 rounds. That is a staggeringly high number, and a lot of those rounds weren't done as a primary entry. Hot and Cold on attack was playing that supplementary hard breach role on Maverick. He was making space with the grenades, but he was on utility clear, and he was also on hard breach duty. On defense, he was mostly playing flex support close to the bomb site. He wasn't a roamer, and he wasn't the main adversary that the entries on TSM have to deal with. So, honestly, that makes it even more impressive, Michael, that Hot and Cold played this way. But, I mean, the analysts have a lot to dig into, and Hot and Cold's going to be a big part of that.
Yeah, he certainly will be. But that's it for Parker and I. We'll go ahead and toss to a break before we get back to the analyst desk.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
Welcome back to the NAL, and the replays are brought to us by our beautiful people over at Predator. Shout out to them and their laptops. But I mean, let's just call it what it is. We should just call them Hot and Never Cold, because Hot and Cold and the rest of the Space Boys dismantled TSM on Oregon. And Jesse and Jacob, I'm gonna need to hear your thoughts right now, because Space Station Gaming are looking good, and TSM on the other end looked like they were struggling against Space Station's star player.
Look, I thought it was going to be two Titans of North America. I didn't think our first game of the day was going to see Hot and Cold be 1 kill away from setting or equaling the North American League kill record. I didn't think that's where we'd be. Look at that, 21-5 for Hot and Cold. Kills were being funneled to him the entire way, especially on defense. That's not supposed to happen. TSM can't allow that to happen.
Yeah, Hot and Cold, we said he was 8-0 on entry. Make it 12-0 on entry now. That is ridiculous. So congrats to Hot and Cold. Congrats to SSG as well for officially being the second team qualifying to the North American League 2022 season. They are now officially safe from relegation. It's not that they were likely to get relegated anyways, but we can say that confirmed now.
And the Space Boys spanked him like they forgot to take the chicken out the freezer. I mean, take a look at the cost right now. Rampy with 100, Bosco with 90, Han Ko with the godly stats. But it's not only that, fellas. The opening kills to death ratio. Jacob, this is so lopsided. This is like a men amongst children when it comes to those entry stats.
No, it genuinely is. Just look at how many opening kills there are. Merc was the only person on TSM that managed to get any opening kills, but it was a streak of 8 rounds in a row for Space Station. Even on attack and defense, they found some way to find the opening pick. And like we mentioned before this match even started, they have a 75% conversion rate whenever they get that opening frag. So anytime you see SSG open up the kill feed with a slay of their own, then that's a pretty darn good indicator of how they'll be able to convert that into a round victory. And we'll go back and get the stat for it later, but I know that it's only going to improve that 75 percentile.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about opening kill stats for SSG, this has always been their strong point. I mean, so far in the NAL, they are the best team at getting the opening pick with a 55% win rate this stage. Then you go back to last stage, they had a 56% opening pick rate in stage 2, which was the second best in the league. You can go all the way back to stage 1, where they had a ridiculous 65% opening pick rate, and that was the best in the league. I assume this is going to bump it up to probably the high 50s, if not in the 60s already, for the rate they're getting that opening pick. So this is classic SSG stuff. What more did you expect?
You know what I didn't expect? I didn't expect to see the Warden ban at the beginning, Jesse.
Yeah.
And now I want to hear from you as well, because you said the first 2 rounds were so influential when it came to Ying. So what are a few things that you picked up from that?
So, I mean, the Ying play, I think, was obviously the entire game plan for Space Station's attacks. Everything they did really revolved around this Ying. And so the Warden ban was huge to be able to make sure that one of Ying's biggest counter, if not her biggest counter in the entire game, was taken out of the pool. And then, of course, the way they push with this Ying consistently every single round, it was a lot of sort of one-pronged push, right? They were all usually funneling one direction. There was very little flanking coming in from the attack. There was very little sort of pressure coming in on the other side of the bomb site, but they really put everything in on the Ying. They brought a lot of explosives to try to back that up, so they would make that space. They would burn ADSs, whether that was with flashbangs or with explosives. They would burn out magnets. They would destroy shields, and then they would go with those Candelas time and time again. And I mean, it really was their favorite tool to use, and it got them so many opening kills. Even if it wasn't Bosco getting those picks, oftentimes it was feeding Hot and Cold, it was feeding Rampy, it was helping the rest of these players get those picks. And so that was the biggest factor, I'd say, in that first half.
Seeing how good they were doing with their tools, Jesse, it brought me back to the utility dump meta where Space Station was just dumping on people. And
we don't want to revisit that point of history, though. We don't want to go back there.
Now, Jacob, let's visit this. Let's revisit the rankings and how things are standing so far in the NAL. Now, this loss for TSM is big. They've lost to what, their 3rd top 4 team so far this stage?
Yeah.
What does this ultimately mean right now?
TSM are in a really big problematic hole at the minute. They haven't gone that far down in the standings yet. If we have a second to look at it in terms of how they've all shaken up, we do see SSG actually at this point, I believe they won their tiebreaker over OXG from last week, so SSG actually should be catapulted up into first place now. But TSM 2 wins, 3 losses overall. They are hanging on to 4th place by a thread. Beast Coast or Dark Zero or those two are very capable of vaulting over TSM into that 4th place position, and it's mostly because of the way that TSM have taken their attacks. Both of the wins that they've gotten so far, hey, there we go, SSG in 1st place. TSM are on the precipice of not making it to the November Major and subsequently to the North American League Finals. They are very, very close because of what they've done with this role change and their complete lack of attacking consistency to not being able to be considered within that top 4, maybe even that top 5 if this kind of performance continues, Valley.
This is absolutely nuts. All right, Jesse, any final thoughts at all, man? Let's be real, okay? Yeah, Space Station Gaming did fall over Oxygen, but the way they're looking right now, I didn't expect this on Oregon, man.
I mean, it's 3 games in a row for SSG, 2 of those 3 games coming on Oregon. I don't think we can really talk about Oregon as a bad map for SSG anymore. Like, that conversation should be over. So, I mean, this is one of their playgrounds. And I said at the start of this matchup, like, both these teams are 7 map teams. They will play anything in the pool, and I think SSG are just showing that here, that they can play anything. I mean, in terms of TSM, they're a little bit slipping for sure, but I don't think that they have to worry too much about, like, being in the bottom, like, relegation or anything like that. Really, they're fighting for that major spot, and they've got to have better answers to things like Ying strategies if they want to get into that top 4 and stay there.
Yeah, by the way, I was just thinking about the match. The funniest part was Chala catching an impact frag to his face. But the community poll question, if you guys follow us on Twitter, and you definitely should, by the way, was with Rampy and Merc both top 5 in the league for kills per round, who will nab the most kills today? Now, walking into this matchup, Jacob, what were you thinking, man? Because me personally, I would side with Rampy. Rampy has been crazy lately.
It was a really hard one to call before the game started because Rampy and Merc, I believe, were ranked 5th and 6th overall, respectively. Rampy was 5th, Merc was 6th, and that's just from a ratings point of view. But I think after a game like this, and also given the fact that Merc was tied for 2nd most kills with Grixer before this game even started, I think a lot of people might have given Merc the slide here.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, when you answer this as well, I think it's fair with both of these players if you can guess who actually won the popularity contest because...
I mean, it's TSM and Twitter polls, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, TSM doesn't lose, but I'd probably pick Rampy here, and I think he did end up with more kills. Don't quote me on that. We'll see.
All right, so the winner was actually TSM losing 45 to 55.
Wow.
And Rampy from Space Station Gaming won that poll. Like I said, 2 very popular players, right? But Jacob, you're right. TSM... You really don't want to bet on them. But fellas, coming up next, we actually have Beast Coast versus the Sonics. Now, this is going to be a really interesting matchup because for those of you that's been following this stage so far, the bottom half of the teams and Beast Coast, they're currently there. They've made a team change during the offseason, and they're really trying to work their way up. Now, can they strike and get an upset in this upcoming series? It's only a matter of time until we find out. So we'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for some more Rainbow Six North American League action.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
First things first, I'm going to give a big shout out and much love to AimLab because ever since they've partnered with Rainbow Six Siege, I mean, nothing but great things have been happening, right? Giveaways and all of that. I mean, I love free stuff and everyone else shit as well. Now, with the series that we just saw with Hot and Cold, just take the code out of his name, popping off with 21 kills, going crazy. You don't just jump in the game and just become that good. You're going to have to practice, and that's what AimLab is for. They actually have a combine going on right now to where they have 5 different tasks where you can compare your results of accuracy, speed, and how fast you finish those trials with everyone out there in the world. Now, Having that player card is good for bragging rights if you're that type of person, but if you like to win things, you can actually post that card on Twitter with the hashtag building defense, where 100 winners will be selected for the holographic bundle. It is insane, it's beautiful, it's pretty, it's very vibrant, so I like it, so I know you'll like it as well. But coming up next, we will see Beast Coast versus Sonics, and hopefully we see another performance like we saw from Han Code and other players on that team. So we'll see you guys for some more Rainbow Six action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to where we just saw Han Code just pull off some crazy stuff in a win against TSM. But this time around, we're going to watch Sonics take on Beast Coast, who's hopefully trying to go for an upset. I'm your host, Veli, and right next to me, Caliber Jacob, my boy Jesse. Jacob, this game right here, you know I love upsets. You know I'm crazy for them. Do you think this might be a possibility, or would it be nice to see?
First glance, probably not. We did see the Sonics get upset by Xset, so maybe there's an opportunity, but I don't think Sonics are the kind of team that are going to allow two teams that are way below them on the standings to accidentally get a victory. So, nah, at first glance, I don't think they're going to let this one slip.
Oh, good point, definitely. But let's break down the roster, starting off with the team that I'm hoping puts up a very good performance today. Now, Jesse, let's talk about Beast Coast, okay? Now, have been with us here on the desk. We've been watching how they've been doing this season so far. They've only had 2 wins. Now, those wins has given us enough to really believe in their potential, or is there still a lot to desire when it comes to this roster?
I mean, it's tough, right? Beast Coast are a very interesting team because in some of their games, they're losing really hard, and in some of their games, they're coming back and they're having surprisingly strong performances. I think a big change that we're seeing in those difference of games is what side they're starting on. I think Beast Coast's improved attacks were back in their last game against Mirage. I thought those attacks were great against Exet. And if you look at the games against Auction and TSM, they simply didn't have a chance to really show those attacks off. I mean, because they started on defense and they got 7-0'd or 7-1'd in both games, they didn't have many chances to actually go for attacking around. So I'm hoping we can see some more of those and we don't see Beast Coast just spiral out of control after a bad defensive half. Currently, they sit as the 2nd best attacking team in the league with 63% win rate on attack, which just goes to show you that, like, sometimes when we're seeing these one-sided games that are 7-1 or 7-0, you don't always get the full story of what a team's capable of.
Now, the craziest thing is, Jacob, we all gave up hope on Beast Coast. Let's be completely honest, especially last play day where we all went against them, I believe. And Beast Coast won 7-2 against Mirage in a very convincing win, man. And there's a player that stood out, and I believe he is a player to watch again this time around. Is the Alec hype train back on track, man?
No, for sure. Alec has been somebody who we wanted to come in and make a really big impact as this stage began, knowing his Challenger League performance and the kind of impact he was able to have in T2. So yeah, against teams that they've been able to beat in both Mirage and Exet, he's had some pretty stellar performances. So that exact kind of performance is what they'll need against a team like the Sonics, especially given how Beast Coast have had to kind of rearrange some things when they headed into this stage. When they brought in Jay as somebody who can IGL and play on the back line as a support player, they also didn't really, I think, have somebody who stood out as a very noteworthy fragger until they brought Alec into that role, and already he's kind of started his path to superstardom, and he's only had 4 games in the NAL up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Alec is one of those players that has been a big change for Beast Coast, and when they're doing well, like, he is one of those big reasons, right? I think we've got some numbers to bring up here about Alec. There we go. The thing I want to point out about Alec is he's really not been hot every single game. He's gone a combined 25-11 versus the bottom 3 teams that they played, Exet and Mirage, but a 4-16 stat line over the teams against the rest in the rest of the league. And of course, I mean, this makes sense, right? I think everybody does better against bad teams. This isn't anything groundbreaking, but the difference in performance for Alec is extreme. And from watching the games, I think Alec has a real skill for punishing players that are out of position, catching them while they're sprinting or while they're over peaking. And similarly, again, I want to point out in that game against Oxygen and the games against TSM, Beast Coast got 3 opening kills. 2 of those opening kills came from Alec, and both of those Alec opening kills were traded into round wins. When Alec was in those even situations against these good teams, Beast Coast were winning. It's just that in practically every other round, he was playing from a disadvantage. Somebody else like Sippin was dying earlier on Beast Coast, which meant that it was a tougher hole that they had to actually pull themselves out of. So, I mean, I think Alec is the star player on Beast Coast. I want to see him continue to have good games, but he has to have that support framework around him, and I want to see him being able to get in a little bit more of those opening engagements.
Yeah, and a slightly questionable thing also, this isn't necessarily like an Alec point, but I do want to argue that, like, the stat line that you brought up about how he was doing against the bottom 3 teams versus both OXG and TSM, it's a general observation for all of the rest of Beast Coast. There's more things that you can learn, I think, from the way that they lose than the way that they win. When they were playing against TSM, they didn't have the comfortability of a familiar map because it was the first time we saw Bank play in the North American League, and they got outplayed by superior skill and, quite simply, a better coaching staff on TSM. And against OXG, they got picked apart by drones and intel. No defensive setup that they had was a match for OXG's fast-paced attacks. So what Beast Coast are capable of doing on attack is nice, but that's because when they've been getting slammed in these 7-1 games they've had in this stage, it's because they've been on defensive halves and not attacking halves. So that attacking stat looks great, but the defensive one is the one that's far more concerning, and we've seen plenty of North American League teams who struggle on one side be completely fine on the other. It's almost like Beast Coast is like a reverse Dark Zero, where their attacks look good if they have an opponent that's more on their caliber, but if they go up against a much much better team than them in like just historically in the NAL standings, then on defense they just haven't had anything comparable at all.
You're right, and this is actually going to be a very important test for Beast Coast. I mean, let's be honest, in all seriousness, Beast Coast have gone against two amazing teams so far, and they've only won one round against each. 1-7 against TSM, and then once again 1-7 against Oxygen, and back-to-back performances. So going against the Sonics, this is yet a top 2 team in the NAL again. They can prove that they can keep this match close. They don't have to win, fellas, but I would want them to win. But if they keep it close, I think that would say a lot. But the team that they're going against, let's bring them up on the screen. It's going to be none other than the Sonics, and there's something that I actually would like to say. At the end of the day, all of us in Rainbow Six Siege, we're family, right? Doesn't matter what region you're in, you know, where you're from, what your background is, whatever. Super I have to give him credit for showing up today. He's recently lost a family member, and he's here today to perform for his team and hopefully get a win for them. Now, I do want to say the Sonics so far this season have been lights out. They have exceeded every expectation, not just this stage, but all year long. Super said it himself. This is a top 4 team, and they've exceeded that even to be even a top 2 team in the standings, stage 1, and also currently in stage 3. Now, when it comes to this roster, fellas, I mean, Jesse, last time we saw them on screen, they went against Dark Zero and dismantled them 7-4, and we saw an amazing performance by my guy Yeti.
Yeah.
What did you like that you saw from him?
Yeah, I mean, I really think Yeti was the X factor last game. His flanks were the key thing that allowed Sonics to beat Dark Zero. And I had a chat with Joe, the coach of the Sonics. We sat down, and he told me that apparently, like, none of those flanks and none of those plays that Yeti made were pre-plans. They didn't really have that in their strategies going into things. But Yeti has that authority on the team to take those opportunities when he sees fit, right? If he notices that he's got an opportunity to make a flank like that, he's got that sort of free range to do so, right? He can go for those big flanks, and he found all those opportunities. There were drones that were in his way, but he was constantly, walking past them, noticing that nobody was actually on those drones. He had multiple flanks coming up from the main stairs on Chalet, pushing into the library, or sorry, the fireplace room and getting those kills, right? So that was huge for for the Sonics against Dark Zero, and I love to see that from Yeti. Him coming out and having another big game against Beast Coast, if he can have similar flanks, that would be incredible.
Now, Jesse, I'm gonna be honest. Watching Yeti this stage is incredible. He is popping off like none other. I love this version of him. Must be, his workout routine. But Jacob, now the thing is, we've seen Yeti pop off, and he does it in a very loud way. He's very vocal, he's loud, and he's flashy. But the player to watch today for Sonics is a guy that's a little bit more quieter and had a just as good game last time we saw them on screen.
Yeah, he was the highest rated player overall last week. Kanzan Yukari. We didn't have much reason to think that he was going to be this good of a player, but he's very, very quietly, like you mentioned, shot up scoreboards in a big way. 13-5, 82% cost. He's rated as of their last playday at a 1.67. He had a huge 1v2 clutch on games, which I think was probably the loudest we've heard Parker get in quite some time off the back of that 1v2. And it was a huge round because it was also a time where Yeti didn't throw a nitro cell, which made Kanzan's job even harder, but he still made it work. I think he's now also the 3rd highest rated vertical player behind both vertical and rampy. Not something I saw coming in the slightest. That's very, very high caliber teammates or people to be associated in that list with, especially considering he didn't really have that kind of performance, especially in Mexico, where we thought he might be able to slot into that role pretty well. Sonics in Mexico were not on point. Sonics coming into stage 3 have really given Kanzan the ability to shine.
Yeah, and when I talked to Joe about this team, one thing I asked him was what he thought was the most important aspect about his team, and he brought up Kanzan. He said he praised how much Kanzan has improved since the E-United days and how dependable he's become. Very quietly, entering into that top 3 of top-down players behind just Vertical and Rampy. I mean, he has really been a player that I think doesn't get a lot of spotlight. I would say he's probably one of the most underrated, if not the most underrated player in the North American League, and it's time we start putting some more respect on his name.
Put some respect on his name. And one more thing from you, Jesse, before we jump into the maps. I see that you had to talk with one half of the masterminds behind this Sonics roster. It's gonna be Joe, bro.
Yeah.
Did you get anything juicy for us today, man?
Anything juicy? I mean, we did talk a little bit about, the tweets that went out after that last game, the specific tweet from Super was that maybe the last time he played against the Sonics, against Dark Zero, I kind of pushed him on that. I was like, does this mean anything? And he wouldn't answer me. So he said, you have to ask Super yourself. I'm not going to comment on that. So I don't know. I think the one thing he stressed was that like they understand that the rosters don't open again until after SI. So right now they're focused on their team, right? They're going to push forward with everybody they have. They think this is the top roster inside of North America. They're going to push to make it to the major. They're going to push to make it SI, and they're going to do everything they can with these 5 guys.
Oh, you got that right. You guys see him smack dab on your screen. One of my favorite minds in all of Rainbow Six, by the way. Joe Bro knows exactly what he's doing. And the transformation of this Sonics roster, from what we saw when they had the Europeans and Iconic on the team, to the total rebuild to what we see now, which was basically a fusion dance with the United. This entire process has been a success all around. I mean, A pluses. But when it comes to maps, Jacob, what would you like to see before Jesse gets into the nitty gritty?
I mean, so there's 2 maps overall that I just want to see. I want to see more Bank because we only seen it played once, and I want to see Villa because we have not seen Villa played this entire stage at all. I just don't know what the likelihood of either is for this matchup, honestly.
I mean, I will spoil it for you, Jacob. We're not going Villa. It's the perma ban for Sonics. They don't go to Villa. It sucks. We're not going to see it. Sorry.
All right. So Jesse, when it comes to both of these teams, I mean, if you're on Beast Coast, what are you praying for right now?
I'm praying for a Villa, but I'm telling you, Sonics are going to ban Villa. Maybe not first. They'll ban it first. Fair enough. The map that I thought we might play on is Chalet. It's the map I predicted for this matchup. There are a couple of pitfalls you want to avoid. I think Clubhouse is a smart ban. Oregon was the other one. I was going to say Beast Coast needs to not let this go to Club, not let this go to Oregon. I think the other maps in this pool are going to be okay for Beast Coast. Cafe gonna get banned out next from Sonic. So far, my bans, my prediction on the bans are looking very correct, so this is good to see. Bank gonna be out next. We're left with Coastline and Chalet. We've seen a lot of Coastline so far in the NAL. Of course, with the rework, it has been a very new and refreshed map. But not today. It's going to be Chalet, so I can at least predict something correctly. This is going to be a map that Beast Coast were kind of cornered into. It took 6 tries, but Beast Coast did finally win Chalet in Week 3 against Mirage, proving that 7-1 defeat to OXG in Week 2 was just a fluke. But for the Sonics, this is their home, undefeated through 5 games in North America, including twice this stage versus both Dark Zero and Astralis. Now, it's not a win streak because in Mexico, they did lose it twice to Cyclops, so it's not undefeated overall, but in NA, they really do run this map. And Beast Coast, I think it's kind of painful to go here, but it kind of was their only their only option.
This is scary. Okay, so before we jump into predictions, Jacob, I'm going to go to you first. By the way, Jacob, I'm going to give you a shout out, Caliber Jacob, for saying Kansas' full name. That was actually
yeah, I got it.
That was real. You're a real one for that. Now,
I got it, man.
Jesse said that Beast Coast were backed into a corner as if kind of like they had a choice against the Sonics. Not to be mean, we love the team. But here on Chalet, I mean, we heard what Jesse said about the record, man. Is there any hope for Beast Coast at all? Do you think Sonics have it in the bag?
Sorry, man. Map choice was the final nail in the coffin for me in this one. It's Chalet. It's Sonic's best map overall. I do agree on Jesse's point that this might have been the only map where Beast Coast could have had a shot to do something substantial, but given the role that the Sonics have been on, I don't really see a way that they'll be usurped on a map where they very clearly are dominant in NA and don't show any signs of slowing down.
I'm gonna go, all right, Jesse. All right, dude, hear me out, right? Okay. So my prediction is gonna be emotional based and also fact based. I mean, Sonic's top 2
Why are you picking Beast Coast? Veli, why are you doing this to yourself?
Relax. Listen, Jacob, I already risked it, and now I'm down at the bottom with Jesse when it comes to predictions, so I gotta work my way back up to you, right? But the thing is, I mean, on the stat sheet, on paper, in every universe out there, multiverse, whatever, Sonics win this game. I mean, flat out, right? And then also, at the same time, you know that Super's going to be locked in. You know his teammates going to be there to support him. This win is going to be very big for them if they're going to be able to pull this out because, listen, the camaraderie on the Sonics, they're having fun with each other. They love playing with each other. On the side of Beast Coast, though, Jesse, I'm really scared on the fact that they're still trying to figure themselves out. They have a combined 2 rounds in 2 games against top teams. And I think going against a team like Sonics is the worst type of matchup because, like you said earlier, players like Yeti and his flanks and just being unpredictable, I feel like it's just going to be way too much for Beast Coast to counter. So for me, I'm rocking with Sonics as well. How do you feel?
I think I got 2 points here, Veli. Number one, the map definitely favors Sonics, but there would have been worse choices for Beast Coast. I don't think they could have afforded a clubhouse. I don't think they could have afforded an Oregon. Maybe they could have risked it on Bank, but I do agree that this was probably the best map they could have hoped for. Still, though, it's such a strong one for Sonics. I can't say that they really escaped this map ban phase with a win. Second point, Sonics have looked kind of weak. Their last 2 games, both against Xset and Dark Zero, had weak points. But I mean, Sonics have been so consistent for a long time now, all year long. I imagine those mistakes have been fixed. Talking with Joe Burrow, I have confidence they're going to fix those mistakes. I don't think there's really going to be an opportunity for Beast Coast to squeak in and get enough rounds to convert this to a win. But hey, I think this one's closer than people are giving it credit for. I think Beast Coast can come out and surprise some people, especially since they're starting on attack.
Some love. You love to see it, man. So Jesse, you know what? I have a question for you then.
Sure.
Since we all have faith in Beast Coast, right? If Beast Coast were to have this game be as close as possible, or possibly get the upset and win against Sonics, now, yeah, we would go crazy on the desk. But in order for that to happen, what are a few tiny things you would genuinely love to see when it comes to this team? I mean, let's be real. The team changes. They lost their IGL and bio. You know, putting in new parts with no tier 1 experience. Really, this is going to be a serious challenge.
Right, we've seen Beast Coast on Chalet in the past. I think Beast Coast really just need to work on those roams. I think that like when we saw them against Oxygen, they were falling apart so quickly because OXG were identifying where the roamers were playing, and they were either running through them by just like getting on windows and shutting them down, or they were just ignoring them, going from the opposite sides of the buildings, taking from solar when all of the roamers are in library on a master take, right? Like, there are these small mistakes that I think Beast Coast are making on the roam that are making it very easy for an established, experienced team to just run over them, and those need to be fixed. I want to see more adaptation on the defense. I want to see better roams, players working together. That's going to be the key for Beast Coast to turn from a mid, decent tier NA team to an actually top team that we can start talking about for the major.
Yeah, so hey, let's see it. Let's see what the potential is there for Beast Coast as they go against one of the craziest teams in all of the NAL, Sonics. So let's send this over to the commentators, Kickstar and Intero. You beautiful men, take it away.
Thanks very much, Veli. We're ready for our second game of the day, and big stakes here in this matchup. Michael, no different than what we saw from Space Station versus TSM. The Sonics are looking to create a 3-way tie at the top of the North American League standings if they prevail here against Beast Coast in regulation. They finish with 12 points, which would tie them with Space Station and OXG. Based on what we know of these teams and the fact that we're going to Chalet, what do you think the odds are likely that the Sonics are going to come out ahead? And furthermore, do you think Beast Coast has much of a chance?
I'd say I'd give an 80% odds to Sonics, so I think that answers both your questions. I'll elaborate on that further, but before I get to that, the community poll. For this one, it's going to be Young Alec versus Yeti. Young Alec and Yeti have been efficient on entry this stage, but who will get the most opening kills? Young Alec or Yeti? That'll be a community poll for this one. You can go ahead and vote away. So I want to bring up a little bit of a tidbit to kind of like give us all an image of what's going on here, what you can expect. One of the matches where Beast Coast actually lost Chalet, it was in July. This is against a team called Orgless in a charity event, Gamers Without Borders. Pretty cool. Beast Coast lost that to Orgless, which was the team that Young Alec was on. So they lost so hard that they picked him up. And that was on the map we're about to go into. I honestly haven't really seen Beast Coast's... I haven't seen their performance take a turn. I think Veli put it best in the analyst desk. I mean, we've given up on Beast Coast. Most people have.
I mean, Beast Coast are in 5th place. I mean, is it fair to say that we've given up on them? Now, I will say that they're contemporaries at the moment as we get ready to load into this matchup. Going to Chalet, a very strong map for Sonics, as was talked about by the desk, so set your expectations accordingly. Is it fair to give up on Beast Coast? Because they had a rocky start, Michael, and I think that's fair to say, but they've bounced back. Their round differential is 16 to 20. It's not terrible. They beat Mirage 7-2. Yeah, they got smoked by OXG 7-1, and they got smoked by TSM 7-1. But they have that 7-4 victory over Xset, 7-2 over Mirage. They are at least beating the bad teams in comparison to their standing with some confidence.
I mean, okay, yeah, sure, absolutely. They're at least beating the lower end of the NAL. I agree with you. I'm just saying that I think in a match like this against the Sonics, who are currently contesting for first, the odds are stacked against them. And it's on a map that Beast Coast have historically been pretty abysmal on. And also, keep in mind, Parker, with current standings being what they are, Beast Coast have their worst matches yet ahead of them. They're playing Sonics now. They play against Astralis next, which could be a close match. But then they play Space Station. And for the final match of this stage, they'll play against DZ. It's a rough lineup for BC. It's rough. They're going to have to push it a lot harder than they have been so far through the stage to do anything. And the thing that makes me so scared for them is when I've seen BC lose, they lose with absolute defeat. And it's unquestionable. So I don't know. I'm still worried. I think there's a little bit of light after they won against Mirage, but I'm still worried.
Well, we talked about strength of schedule in the first matchup, and I'm sure it's something that we will revisit now as we get ready for the very first round. Sonics will be starting on defense. Bar Gaming, one of the more favorable sites, if not the most favorable site for most teams here on Chalet. The operator bans, for those that don't have a visual guide in front of you, are pretty simple, actually. Nothing really that weird. It's Zofia and Mav on attack, with Kaid and Valk being the two defenders that have been removed from the equation. That means that Wamai is available. That means that Mira is available. Malusi is here. And with Frost not being as prevalent as she used to be, Alibi will probably get played a ton, and no surprise, Rexon will be on that role. So just some small things for us to take note of. Nothing really outside of the ordinary from Beast Coast. They are bringing a Yana, a Nomad, and a Jackal. Having all three of those operators present at the same time isn't something we see all the time on Chalet. Usually we'll see two because there's a role that's filled by an Ash or a Zofio or even sometimes a Buck, depending on what they want to bring. A single Heart Breacher is on the board. That's Jay running the Hibana.
Yeah, Young Alec on the Yana is compensation for the Zofia ban that Sonics dished out. I think they're just trying to bring that soft destruction. You couple that with the nades from the sledge, they're doing all right there. There's a heavy emphasis on the fragging potential for Beast Coast in general, and it is a little bit of an odd setup. I think it's really, again, this is the Zofia ban that tipped us into what we see from Beast Coast currently. So at least they've got good compensation for what they got out of the bans already. I also like what we saw from Beast Coast in their bans. They got rid of a part of the game that is kind of frustrating to deal with on Chalet. They just banned out Maverick and Kaid, so they kind of just eliminated their own little corner. They're like, none of this, please. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Grixer, you weren't at the 2017 Invitational. Not that I can recall. Sorry, it's the charm.
I know. One of the rarest charms in the entire game outside of the Dev charm, and I think it actually might be rarer than the Dev charm.
Not sure.
Just because of how many devs have worked for the company in the past, but Grixer's going to wear it anyway. It's available on the land build. Yep. Yeti has done a magnificent job, and so have his teammates, of holding out hope for this Mira window at the top of Chimney, which is where he's playing. Not too far off from Kansan. They've got these dueling deployable shields, and the crossfire held will prevent anybody from taking up that map control on Beast Coast. So the focus from BC is upstairs on the balcony, and they've got the big window in front of them. Young Alec going in first. That's him in the flesh, not his drone whatsoever. Anthony takes out Yeti, but Kansan still has that angle covered. Young Alec is not quick enough to follow up. So while Beast Coast gets the very first punch, it's traded out magnificently by Sonics.
Ooh, but there you go. Fozo adding to the tally. Down goes Rexon, who could be such a potent force in these late round situations. He's really good at the last second shot calling. Now, with the man advantage now, Beast Coast also have the vertical control that they need, but the problem is they don't have the sledge. The lack of that soft destruction is going to limit their potential on this top-down scenario. They're going to have to start probing for another pick. This is still very winnable for the Sonics, despite being a disadvantage.
Down below, Kansan's holding off on this opportunity that Beast Coast are looking to seize, and a toxic canister sits in the smoke's pocket at any point. You toss it out and do some serious damage. The more that clock kicks down, the better position that Kansan is going to be. He's got Super backing him up. Super's got a Nitro Cell in hand. He's going to wait for the call to go, and there he goes. They get shot at, but does it blow up in time? No, it's managed to be stopped by Beast Coast. They're nestled in safely, and Jay gets the diffuser down, still sitting over top of it. Super is alive, so at least he didn't get punished ultimately. The problem is that Beast Coast have gotten off the site. Jay is prone on top of the diffuser, so if you're going to take that engagement, you got to make sure that you know he's still there. Super thinks there's somebody from above. He doesn't know that Jay's down below. Young Alec falters. Grixer's putting in a work here to try and retake, but there's so much more to be done. Kansan will join him from above as the diffuser's just below the 20-second mark. They know there's one outside. Grixer looks away at the wrong time. Sippin capitalizes off of that. 2 picks, and Beast Coast take round 1.
That's really unfortunate there for the Sonics, but well played to Beast Coast. A great cover on the C4 from Super. Although I gotta say, a little bit, I gotta put a little bit of blame on Super there. What we just saw from Super was a C4 toss from the doorway when he had a hole prepared for the C4 right next to the mirror window. That would have been much more likely to actually land. Yes, you still have a player looking for the C4, and maybe he still catches it mid-air, but you have a higher chance of that landing. Number one, because you could throw it sooner. You don't have to rotate all the way over to the door. And number two, because there's a smoke right next to that door. Or rather, excuse me, right next to that window, not the door. That's the whole point. Well, that smoke can cover your C4's trajectory. Either way, small mistake. Could have maybe been different. We don't know. Hindsight 2020 and all that, yada yada. But because of that weakness on site, the Sonics had to be in a retake position after Beast Coast get that plant down. Again, well done to Beast Coast for seizing the opportunity, realizing it existed. But that does somewhat land at the feet of the Sonics.
Not the start that they wanted, and they're going to go back to this upstairs hold that we had seen with that one mirror window with Yeti playing off of it. The lineup in terms of what is being brought is eerily similar, but some small changes. Kansan freed from the role of smoke. He'll be playing on Wamai instead, and I think they're more worried about the potential for Beast Coast to get in and attempt a plant, as it's a bar gaming defense for the second round in a row. Sonics came relatively close, and I honestly believe Grixer could have had that pick onto Sippin from above if he hadn't looked away at quite literally the worst time possible.
Yeah, it could have definitely gone very differently, Parker. I agree. It's unfortunate timing, but there it is. There's also some changes on the attacking lineup. We don't have a sledge anymore. And we've got a Thatcher and a Twitch being brought. Both of them. It's an interesting little dual pick here from Beast Coast. They really want to deal with those mirror windows and electronics. Thatcher being in play is going to be a major difference maker here for Chalet. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of the hard breach come into play when we hit other bomb sites. This one we're on right now is the least hard breach heavy site in the entire map.
The Twitch will be interesting to watch. We've actually seen Twitch a fair bit getting played on this map for people that have been watching an awful lot of Chalet, and we've actually seen a healthy amount of this map throughout the course of the NA League. It's been obviously played in the other regions as well.
Oh, there's the Twitch.
Twitch coming in huge. Look at that cheeky angle from Anthony.
Yeah, that's that range extension from the Twitch drone coming in big. He put it on one of the pillars above. I don't know the angle he used to get it there, but that's some impressive stuff there from Anthony.
And of course, you have a pretty good gun as well at the same time.
Yeah.
So, Beast Coast down below working side by side. And they'll look to get back up to this main floor as Rexon holds the angle. Once again, Yeti had this position covered, but he relied on a teammate for a crossfire. It's there and present from the Sonics.
No picks yet, and we're pretty deep into this round for it to be a full 5 versus 5. With only a minute 15 on the clock, neither of these teams have seen any real action. It's all been that utility play, picking away at the expected location of your enemy, and no hits so far.
Well, there's flashes in to possibly catch any magnets, burn ADSs. Do they get the all clear? They do. There's still smokes in the hand of Anthony, so he's going to get somewhere, but Super joins the fight. He gets real aggressive and reads this play so perfectly, as does all of Sonics, leading to a very quick, flawless round. That one just started, and then it was over. Beast Coast get entrapped, and that's it for the round. The Sonics answer back.
That went from a 5 versus 5 to a 5 versus 0 in about 10 seconds. Incredible. And that play from Super, that's what you like to see. He corrected his mistake, his lack of control on the window. His one job, hold that window. He failed it last round, and in that round just now, he managed to make it work. He even picked up a double piece. That aggression that you mentioned, Parker, perfect answer to the problem. So Beast Coast now, having lost their second bar attack, will have to go on to a different site. It's going to be Kitchen
Alexa
Dining
announced, Aiden, go
for
check the mail.
Sonics. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Hard breach on bar, not a major factor. Hard breach on this site, it's definitely a big consideration, especially by dining.
Hard breach is something that we're obviously going to keep an eye on. The only hard breach that has been banned out is Maverick. Ace's pick rate is very, very far down at this point. And from what I know of Beast Coast, they tend to only run a single hard breacher. And you know what else I know about Beast Coast? Well, they've got a pretty nice skin in the game. The sales directly support Beast really Coast. You can check it out right now in the store, in-game. It's part of that R6 share program, one of the team skins. Sonics also have a variety of skins in-game. It was actually tweeted out that they should have had a skin with this wave, but they didn't end up getting one in. That should
It is 720. Right speed. Video NVENC. Microsoft Edge. Okay. Okay. Here we go, 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 go. It. Let's see what the performance is. 32, 36. Okay, this is good. That leaves me plenty of room to play Guam's. Creator dashboard. I want to get this to work. Like, does it fucking work? Mm-hmm. How about I uninstall it? Uninstall game, yes. Install. And just put it on E. Install. Yo, Game Jazz filling up. Time to get a new one.
Please let me go. I want you to go. Please let me go. Don't let me go. Let me go.
Almost done.
Get expelled.
Okay. We will only it's okay, this is only a PC game. It's only 2 gigs. That's why it's so quick. DJ Mike. 97. 98. Let's change it to Surgeon Sim. Surgeon Simulator 2. Play.
I just drove 18 hours to go compete against professional parkour athletes in competitive level 10. Since we left off, I got this insane clutch through this tiny little hole. So this means now it's my turn to be an evader. Being an evader is one of the most stressful things. That's the only way that your team is able to get points on the board. You don't get points for tagging, you only get them for evading. I was so in the zone that I was trying to sprint this man out. There's one mistake I made, and that's right here, where I had the chance to spot over my shoulder, but instead I just kept running as fast as I could. It's always good to keep your eyes on whoever's chasing you, so that way you know if they're going for those cutoffs. Luckily, I got the evasion though, which means now it's my turn to go again as an evader. So after getting the tag and the evasion and going for a second one, my body is completely drained. Luckily, I spotted him and I was able to cut back the other direction, but my body's just running on fumes at this point. I knew I wasn't going to get the evasion on him, so I was trying to tire him out so that way his teammate could get him the tag and then try evading himself. My friends and I just drove 8. It's your birthday, we go party like it's your birthday, we go to party like it's your birthday. And you don't
because you need to just do it and stop being a keyword.
Okay. Why the fuck doesn't it work? Alexa, announce Aiden. Go check the mail. Cool. I guess I'm not gonna play that then. I guess I'm gonna go back and play. Secret Neighbor, that's a good one.
Sushi pizza? Sushi pizza. This right here is alright. Actually, funny story about Nick's YouTube. It's actually the reason why I started doing TikTok. Once I saw him make this roll, I was like, bro, allow me to show you the correct way on how to make sushi. And the rest is just...
Are you having no problem living in your assignments? You doing okay?
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Okay. So much, buddy. So your teachers are giving you a hard time? Really? Really handing you a assignment? No, it's good. Awesome. Alright, thanks so much. So, see somebody. Things going what do you think? Go ahead. You gotta remember throw those two away. The top that I got some stuff.
So I got a lot of questions saying, what would your face in front of one of these games? So now that I know what's going on, these are online claw machines. People are playing these from their phone right now, controlling it. If they win the prize, they're second there. It's like this person might win. But what they see from their phone is something like this. There's so many. So what would it look like if I just appeared in front of the camera? So I'm gonna go over to a machine and put my face in front of this camera. Alright, I'm gonna talk about this video really quick. We're in Squid Game.
Fuck. Okay. Dude, no!
Key found. Oh, it's not safe here. Key found.
It's not inside. Gotta be outside. Just a couple, yeah. Did you go check the mail?
I literally did like 5 minutes ago.
Was there anything?
Because you didn't make a lot.
Ooh. Secret neighbor. Got a key card, bitch. Jackson. Alright, motherfuckers. Yeah, here's a good old key card. There's another key card. Banana. Nothing. Natural lighting. Oh, it's just glitched. I was like, what the hell is that? Yeah. That's key card 3, baby. Okay. I got 2 here. Open up 3. Go here. Okay, to go in.
Block that door.
That's a secret neighbor? That doesn't sound like a kid. That is a freaking key right there, baby. Ouch. Got one. I'm a freaking professional, boss. Alright, let me get the fuck out of here. It is McOpen. Oh wait, what? It was open. Oh wait, what? I guess it's not. It was. Mr. McWhat?
Key found.
Nice.
Blue key needed.
Yeah, no shit. I had all this open. Oh no, I have it open from the different different. That's a neighbor, that's a neighbor, that's a neighbor. And there's that one. Oh fuck. Alexa announced Aiden. FedEx was just here. FedEx. God, I hope so. It's Sergeant Guy. I know who it is! Bitch! Hey, now bring me the package. Some bird. That's funny. Zip. We're gonna play a different game. Zoinkers Bleb. Are you home? Sky? Oh, you're waiting to be gicked pup. Got it. This is why I'm getting 5 monitors. So I'm on it right here. My YouTube and my Twitch are going to be side by side. My chat. Gotcha. How far are you from my house? How far art thou from my house? Just walk over, Mr. McDude. Just walk over. Back to my home, my mother would say.
called a prickle? No, you do.
If women disappeared from the planet for 24 hours,
I'll drop this up. Listen, did you know that a group of porcupines is called a prickle?
if women disappeared,
Slow thing.
Mr. McFucky. Be right back. should end this stream. It's been a long stream. I'm gonna stream later on tonight too.
Yeah.
In here? Oh, close the door. I don't want him near me.